fight to him. Fight to him.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。单排上分，喝东鹏特饮；组团开黑，喝东鹏特饮；巅峰对决，喝东鹏特饮；累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我是刀塔的教授，不然爆头，给你爆头，突然爆扣，这就保留判断。不 FPS， 但我 RTS MOBA 好牛，打到了对面，15秒钟摇头。我想要 you can you got no BB no can， 50的少妹，滴滴答答到，滴滴答答，滴滴的刀飞，流线炒作，我为自己陶醉，疲惫一倍，刚满几岁，变到屎贵，7倍以内，你对你还起飞，一般玩个几位，怕是晚上对什么行为，不为别问，我在领出几位，不梦但不红问，老子自己记不自追，下来图我的游戏，忙的盯到玻璃记录，努力的抹灰。
我要健身，我昨天睡觉打了通宵。
我骑车柳天就点击酒店，大到来生活点点头晕母血厕所美制，冷的美次，我美丽的腿子像翡翠，最后真的没有位置。
我要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。
小时间开了，我呆了，闹掰了，破灭火箭场，兵用枪都拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，我好卡呀，有人他妈在搜查呀。
我很心烦，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当下心肝。
去菜狗，镜头带头，外面 C 的摸摸抬头，压力怪是我的态度，带飞宇宙，收了什么关口，直播秒的招楼，全靠我太熟。
有种来考我，我做长你，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀 我是最强的，
青铜的，
从来看不上白银的，
而且水平是最平的。
不想赢的，
我是想赢的，
排位一直输下去吧，永远不会停
他。心脏会停的呀！我好想撕破脸才能。
我不会难为情的，
我要刷钱，要赢，要上分。
但我是那个漏洞。
我要跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
头上最贵的皮肤，挂机在排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
有多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀！
这还能输的？
别奶呀！
保持我 play loud 的特质，我只会对你呵斥。
管好你自己。可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘砸碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这三个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。
我虽然败，但我败得非常非常非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，练着疯了，动作就疯了，老周的微操就退散不口渴，只怕是要我这种没病的人去跟队里的稿子们进行一个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出狂跳，飞到欠飞的网飞，等着机器管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法，我是
败，失败也可以是胜利，不一定游戏卡当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧！
我不是这个意思，我不是这个意思。
收徒。
反击啊你，削他呀！你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了。OK？
You can you are, no can no baby。
Breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. Pull my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. You can catch me in the pit.
再秒一个，再来！哎呦，我这个这么快，这么打中的，小分钟啊，听他声音了，喷一个，第二个P90来了，很快。
哎呦，心跳，严死了，后来被缴械了，超级大招凯都，对方一个一个出塔全部送掉。
这就是个打人去的，由人风景拿到了这个击杀，一闪过去，大招上墙2个，非常帅啊！这个进场，
加一闪把高老给秒了，
回3个，
回3个人，已经全崩掉了。
一个技能把堵枪给拍死了。新界的 AY 的第3个也有露露，4杀入手。
看一下怎么去操作，直接拧进田里吗？有，先把2楼打掉，再打一个。
闪出来看到了 YJK 这一枪，再射一个。
Alright, here we go.
Oh, sorry forever. With T Will, Shanghai is your eSports World Cup champion.
안녕하세요, DRX 에스트라입니다. 오늘은 쇼클립 촬영하러 왔습니다.
康康还有 something，
康康
康康或者开，
康康
康康或者 aspas，
康康
康康或者 texture，
康康
康康或者 bug，
康康
康康或者 dirt，
康康
康康或者王浩哲。
王浩哲，
Huh?
康康有
Winning ball or dirt，
Dirt,
dirt or Zaken，
Jacken,
Zaken or 峰峰
Jacken,
，Zaken or 九边某，
优某,
九边某 or Jin，
Jin,
性格比较敏。
姚明
Zeke 还是王浩哲
，Zeke，Zeke，
？Zeke 还是小开 ？Zeke 还是 Raga？Raga 还是迷你布 ？Raga 还是 Buzz？Raga 还是 Forsaken？Raga。
哈哈哈。
王浩哲这个位置也不太好进啊！进来，裁断深海陷阱，所有的陷阱全都是灌在王浩哲的脸上，但是硬顶着所有的技能多打了一个。
B 点站位一定是不好站的，没办法啊。好在对面也没什么技能了，
要顶离边吗？还是怎么着？
王浩哲再打一个有滑铲，回到点内吃了一部分的炮的伤害。
王浩哲已经完成了3杀，而且对方的位置被他卡住，而且王浩哲4杀，最终乃福利用风4是完成了残局。
万一给他拿到信息的话，其实在拉扯的过程中 ，SLG 可能会吃亏。对枪北影鬼魅有收益，
但是我觉得对方拿了一个鬼魅跟你打的话，这到底枪不是很多。
对，但直接被北影用鬼魅接完了，接了4个。
4打3，能不能保住这个人数优势
？Views 还在啊，往后站一站还是好几天的。哦，
这里集市包过来了，集市包过来了，点上露脸，这个位置露露活不下来，
可惜。王浩哲
也没有空炒身位，
有阵有大，王浩哲但是被架了一个头皮的位置，很难拆。对方交了技能，
有滑铲
，4发子弹有点不够啊！
这个滑铲。
B 点是一个放空的这个情况，YOU 下包吗？剑引过来的Coconut可以完成这个补枪。
光能器敢捡吗？先捡起来，暗眼先推一下，要做反清，反清的效果怎么样？Coconut 有击杀 ，Coconut 多打了一个 ，Coconut 想要寻求更多的对枪。马蒂放半线的timing直接被抓到了 ，Coconut 同样又是一个 ace。
看到了 Marco，
刚刚好打了个假人，山峰之剑给了过来，但是来不及救 Marco。
D 点已经压了出来，所以掉头去 A， 所以这位是走不掉的。
看一下正面烟散的一瞬间，2米的反应，2米对枪直接是被 Raga 给打掉了。Green 还有一个赛博球龙可以去给正面 Raga 的对枪，能多对一个4杀 Raga 有 A 次机会 ，Ace Raga 在第2张地图在影视修索上来也是发挥了个人能力。
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is finally time, the grand final here at the ACL live in Shanghai. I'm Achilles, that's Komodo, and we are going to be guiding you through what is bound to be a crazy best of 5 here in this packed arena.
Yeah, we're already hearing such electricity from the crowd just through the beginning stages of this one, and we're not even into really anything just yet. We have to see the players, we have to see how this one's going to turn out, we have to see how we've even got here first.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I imagine some people being like, why is this starting so late? I thought it was going to be 5 p.m. local.
Yeah.
We just had a Game Changers best of 5 final that went the distance as well. Very contentious between the two teams. But Nova able to come out on top, so congratulations to them. Now it is time to see who's going to be taking home $50K from the ACL, because there is still more prize money on the line. We've got the El Clasico, DRX versus PRX. PRX, obviously, they've only had to play the one match to be able to get to this stage. They've kind of been chilling back. They've been watching DRX competing, going down through that bracket to then qualify in for this game. DRX having to play back-to-back games just 2 days ago as well.
But it did help them in the grand scheme of things, didn't it? They were right, they were ready, they were just rolling with the punches in the series as well. A little bit of a longer one with more maps being played as well, but you come in towards this one and really who is that going to be favoring? Do you more favor the break, the time off to really watch and reset, or consistency playing in the venue?
It's going to be difficult to say. I mean, obviously, at this point, everybody, all of these players going to be used to playing in arenas like this, going to be used to playing in front of crowds like this. So it's not really those factors that we look towards. DRX, I mean, we've seen in the past from a bunch of other teams that if you have to go through and play more matches, that often does help you a lot. Genji, always the one that really comes to mind. T1 as well, back at Masters Bangkok earlier this year. So maybe you kind of tip the balance a little bit more towards DRX, but the biggest question that I have for PRX is, how do they all look? Because we saw 2 sides of the coin from Mindfreak. A really, really rough one with 70 ACS, and then them flipping over into that second map and him pretty much pounding.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is going to be a best of 5 as well for those that are just joining in us. We were asking the question earlier on, what does the bounty gauntlet look like in terms of a veto system as well? And I mean, we can give clarification that it is a ban each, so that changes things a little bit if you didn't know that one.
Yeah, so don't have that, you know, auto-seeded top seed advantage of getting 2 bans here in the grand final. PRX does get the first ban. and then DRX has the second one from there, and then we just kind of go throughout a standard draft from then on out without a second ban phase. So how that impacts things, I think it's not going to be that much. I think we're probably going to be seeing the Haven taken away because DRX has widely looked quite good there, and then DRX just probably continue to permaban Pearl. What order we get the rest of the maps in, that's going to be the big question.
Yeah, and of course you look towards what we've already seen, right? We've had a sunset finally. How is that going to look? Because PRX, do they want to contend with this map or not from what we've seen on the flip side? So I'm kind of wondering, maybe you're leaving that one a little bit later on unless we get a surprise from DRX, because who really knows when it comes towards that.
Yeah, still plenty of questions to be had, but I mean, you mentioned the bounty system. The 50K is on the line, but there isn't a takedown available here. So if DRX beats PRX, they're not going to get anything else on top aside from that 50,000. But obviously, they keep everything else they've been able to collect in their run to get here to that grand final. So it's still going to be a pretty good paycheck.
Yeah.
Win or lose, frankly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about that whatsoever. They're taking home like similar money if PRX win technically as well, because they got the 10K for win from the original, so they'd be getting 60, and DRX have the other money coming through from their wins as well. So yeah, just all in all, El Clasico with some money on the table, not too shabby.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. But you know, again, players have been sat back. We've been asking, you know, oh, you guys going out? You having fun? They've been widely locked in. We saw Estrella. His birthday just happened yesterday. You know, you go out and celebrate. No, they brought me a cake on stage. We've been practicing. So everyone just very dialed in on this tournament. I think that, you know, even though this doesn't seed into anything, this isn't a direct kind of connection to like EWC quals, etc. Teams, you want to be able to go into a tournament, walk away victorious, get whatever trophy, whatever prize pool they do have.
Yeah, absolutely, and you got to think about Toronto that's going to come around the corner as well. PRX going to be going there. DRX, unfortunately, who knocked them out of contention in towards that one? These guys. These guys did. So there's a bit of revenge on the table too here.
Yeah, definitely a bit of revenge. I think it would be still bittersweet for DRX, because then they're going to be thinking, why couldn't we have just done that a couple weeks ago and then gotten the ticket over to Toronto? But, you know, them's the breaks. Can't make it to all of them. You know, I like the approach that DRX is going with here. Still willing to kind of change things up. We saw the swap on the Haven comp the last time out that they had played it. That didn't really come together super well. But we'll see if they're going to stick to that, and, you know, again, which maps are going to be coming through. But there's the bracket in case you guys hadn't been able to tune in to a couple of the past days. Started off, we saw Zeta eliminated on day one. We're in an elimination match from the outset versus Trace Esports, who were able to take them down. But then from there, it's been kind of DRX just going through the Chinese teams. They had to take down Billy twice, then got eliminated G-Like Gaming, and now find themselves versus PRX for the millionth time, it feels like.
Yeah, it would have been cool to have one of the CN representatives in this arena as well, to have a good grudge match between CN and Pacific, but it did feel like with, you know, coming into this from the outset that maybe it was going to look like the PRX-DRX show. Anyway, it's always good to have some little fan investment in this one. Some more fan comments to come through.
We do. I got to lean forward so I can see this. Started supporting the whole team because of one player. When Valorant launched, the first agent I bought was Omen, purely because he looked cool. And then I randomly stumbled on Mako's POV. That is one way to get inspired to become an Omen main. That for sure, I think, is a good one to latch on to. And after watching both ACL matches on the 16th, DRX looked insanely disciplined in their calls and were so precise and well-timed. But for today's final, my heart's still with PRX.
I wonder how much recency bias that technically does have, though, because you'll be watching this tournament, you see a lot more DRX than you do PRX. But, I mean, PRX have been around the block, right? They've been around for so long. We've got Patman away for this series. We've got Mindfreak coming back into it. So it's a known team. And, I mean, there is so many fans here for PRX.
Yep, that there are. I mean, you know, naturally going to be the case. A couple of those players have competed in and around China in the past in various other esports. So I think that is going to be pretty par for the course. But even throughout the stages back over at the VCT CN arena, we were seeing a lot of fandom for DRX as well, because similarly, they have been there as well for the from the outset, and we're kind of the original hope of Asia when it came down to getting a trophy on the international stage, despite the fact that it's not happened yet. So they'll have to wait a bit longer for that one, champs, at the earliest.
Yeah, the 5th to 6th curse is something to behold. I think there's some Overlord script writer that is doing them a little bit dirty. But hey, maybe they'll come away with a first or a second tier at least.
Yeah, I mean, getting something in the during this kind of like mid-off season.
Yeah,
I guess
don't know what to call it yet.
And don't conflate my words. I'm not calling this matchup a mid-off because we love both of these teams. Mid-off season because the season's still technically active.
Yep.
But this isn't attached to VCT. That's what we mean. So don't try to say mean things about us on the internet where you might hurt his feelings.
Why me?
Well, because I'm just jaded at this point, and there's just nothing that can upset me.
I guess I'm new, so yeah, I got a lot to learn. I got a lot to rumble through. I'll cop that.
And continue to cut your teeth
Yeah.
here in VCT Pacific. But yeah, I think we're going to be, of course, hearing from some of the players, getting their thoughts on the matchup, coming into this arena, coming into yet another head-to-head versus DRX, PRX, whichever side they're on. But for now, I mean, it's just a hell of a vibe. I mean, for you, I don't know what scale of events you've worked in the past. How does this compare?
This is cool. It's my first time into Shanghai, into China as a whole, and just being able to immediately see this, it's yeah, it's awesome.
Pretty awesome indeed. Well, it looks like we are ready to hear from the players, so we're going to go ahead and toss it over to an interview.
台雷兹一个完美的 ace 画上了句号。那想问一下，在这回非常重要的一场总决赛，有没有什么想要实现的成就和目标呢？ And your race is really amazing last time, and you ended up the game with an ace. So, is there any achievement you want to reach in this grand final?
I think there's no specific achievement. We just wanna play, have fun, and win this game.
他说，其实对于这场比赛没有什么特别想要实现的成就和目标，对于他们来说，最重要的就是享受比赛，并且尽可能去赢下比赛。那其实和今天的对手 DRX 也是非常非常熟悉的老朋友了，对方呢也是在这几天的高强度对战中未尝一败。那面对这场比赛，他们有做什么特殊的调整和准备呢 ？And you are DRX, very close friends, and they are in a very hot form and heading into this match with a single loss. So, is there any special preparations and adjustments when you're facing this matchup?
We don't really have any specific adjustments because this tournament we didn't practice that much because we are trying to prevent burnout. So we just practice like a few maps a day. So yeah, we're just trying to play and have fun and enjoy the game.
对于他们来说，其实确实这段时间没有做什么特别多的准备，因为确实这也是一场休赛期的比赛嘛。对于他们来说，可能没有花特别长的一个时间去做这些准备工作。同样，对于今天这场比赛，其实最重要的还是要享受这场比赛，享受快乐，然后呈现给大家一场精彩的比赛。那感谢今天选手接受我们的采访 ，Best of luck。
Alrighty, well, here you have it. If you, again, just tuning in, you might say, well, where's Patman? Well, he couldn't make it to the tournament, working on visas for Masters Toronto. So Mind Freak has stepped back in, and we've seen the two sides of somebody who hasn't been on stage for quite some time and somebody who can very quickly find their comfort once again. It's like riding a bike. Took him a little while, make sure he wasn't wobbling around, and then he was just cruising from there on out.
Yeah, the training pedals are back off, which is good to see.
That it absolutely was. Well, now we'll go ahead and get a comment from DRX. All right, might not have had the audio for that one. Apologies if that is the case. Either way, DRX, there's been a ton of changes. There's been a ton of difficulties for this team, for this org, for these players here throughout the year. Despite that, they've widely persevered. Yes, they're not going over to Masters Toronto, but overall, the footing that they have been able to find in the face of adversity, I'd still say is pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, and another battle between these two teams has another fresh look towards it as well. Throughout Pacific Stage 1, we've seen them clash twice, but a different couple of players throughout those rosters, right? You had Flashback in one of them, you had now Australia coming into this, and then we flick it back over and there's Mind Freak as well. So a little chopping, a little changing, and a lot of role swaps starting to kind of feel their way back in towards this too. We've seen a lot of to and fro for Freeing, for example, between the Teo and between the Cypher, wondering if it's just going to be back towards the Teo here for its last little hurrah before the nerf comes in.
Yeah, and then, you know, what it looks like from there for DRX is, again, another thing that we're kind of scratching our heads about, because the only time that we saw Freeing really start flexing over to other things, ignoring the Haven from the last series, was when he was running Duelist, and that was right after Flashback had asked to be benched.
Yep.
So do they go back to that, or do you, like, you know, there's going to be some reconfiguring that needs to occur? I'm right there with you. I'm internally shaking my head no, because it didn't look the most convincing, to say the very least. But we'll go ahead and take a look at some of the head-to-head statistics between these two squads, and overall, not too far separated.
Yeah, PRX, one of these teams that recently have had some great success with the pistol rounds. It starts to slip just a little bit. DRX getting up there a little bit more. Now you look at the stats, the asterisk on this one is it's just from this tournament. So DRX have played a lot more series at the moment than PRX have, just the one against Chile Gaming. So take that with a little bit of grain of salt, but all in all, pretty good.
Pretty good indeed. Well, I feel like those pistols going to be ever important, but DRX, I think the biggest concern that PRX is going to have coming into this is just the streakiness of DRX. They've shown that in Pacific, but especially in that last series versus Chile. You remember how things had begun for them on that final map. The score for them 1-7, and then they find a victory 13-7 on the map. So you cannot really let the floodgates get opened up, otherwise DRX will just be able to go round for round for round over and over again.
And then you also have to remember that they had one defensive round on Haven, right? The 11-1 blowout that they lost there, so that's why we're thinking for the veto. That's probably going to get removed at some point, whether or not it's PRX. That might be a little bit more likely as opposed to DRX. But here we go, the head-to-head. A couple of different roles here, but a lot of consistency. Bane has certainly stepped up.
And I think the biggest thing to consider for this is just how many more maps Bane has played. PRX, they got a 2-0, they got into the grand final. So, you know, pretty good stats here for the side of Forsaken, but like you said, consistency has to be the big thing that you keep in mind, because for Bane to have these performances across all of those maps played, I think that is a big level up for what we have kind of come to expect from him. Because initially when Bane joined the roster, it's like, okay, yeah, you know, he might not have the heaviest fragging, but he can be clutch when it's necessary. His utility is good, but he's also the vibe merchant for the squad, and that's where they're getting the most value from him. Now he's stepping up in pretty much every other metric.
Yeah, absolutely. If he's going to be, you know, delivering this, I'm very excited to see the pathway that DRX is going to keep elevating towards. But similarly, over on the side for PRX, we've seen a lot of adjustment, a lot of role shifts for them to find their new identity. So a bit of spanner in the works yet again with having to have Patman out and Mindfreak back in, but slotting back in neatly to, you know, be the assistive variety to allow players like Forsaken, like Jing, like something to all just run around and shoot heads.
Here's the players earlier on, getting their way into the venue, getting settled, getting ready to make battle. Another question, who do we get in the coaching booth? Something tells me it's going to be Termi and Glow.
Yeah, I'd assume so. Did see a couple of shifts coming in towards that double day for them as well, where we had, Argency slotting in for the second series.
Yeah, which, you know, I think is good. It was a little bit rough. Initially, I was like, ooh, no, Argency. I don't know if your prep was going to be working out too well for you here after that second map had gotten dropped. Got to get the money shot of all the food as well.
Why is it making me hungry again? I'm just hungry for Valorant. There you go.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
I had a little bit, and then I was like, you know what, I'm good. I don't usually eat too heavily before a cast, especially a finals cast. Something about the body being under duress that makes me feel like I'm casting better. It's like survival instincts catching on, adrenaline starts pumping a bit more, and then you just lock in on it.
It's like the dehydration that you go through for the actors before they have to like go on camera, go on stage and stuff. So they got their muscles all prepped and ready.
Absolutely ripped.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't catch what that last message from production was. They tried to say something about 5 minutes. I don't know if that means that we're taking a break in five minutes, or if we're not going to be able to get the stage for 5 minutes. I'm going to keep yapping until they say something else, or until we go to the stage shot. I think that's probably the best way to do it. You can hear the Chinese casters, I'm sure, in the background. You can see the Chinese fans waving their glow sticks around. There's the energy in the room right now. It's building up. We're in the crescendo at the moment, as it were.
Yeah, and I think, you know, one of the things for the crowds is they're going to be very familiar with these teams as well, even if there isn't a CN representative coming in towards this grand final. When's the last time they actually got to, you know, have something like this where we've got a cross-international event? You're generally only having this at like the real off-season events at the end, or you're having internationals, right, when it comes over here for a Masters or something. So I'm sure the crowd has just been eagerly awaiting this.
Yeah, I feel like there might have been something in the off-season, but aside from that, it would have basically just been Masters Shanghai.
Yeah.
Which which is the last time. But and unfortunately for the CN fans, similar scenes where couldn't quite get that Chinese squad into the final. But it was okay because there was so many of them at the Champs final, and EDG was able to take the most important trophy of the year. So I think that all in all, it balances out pretty good.
Yeah, I think so. But you know, I personally would have liked to see a CN team in here.
Yeah,
it would have been cool.
It would have been very nice, but you know, we get to see three of them over at Masters Toronto as well, and it's all basically new faces aside from Billy, who's been, you know, has gotten some international experience in the past. For the fact that Wolves are going to be there, XLG is going to be there, Raga playing in front of that crowd over there. It's still going to be, I think, a very sick year for VCTCN.
Yeah, if you like hold up a sheet of all of the team logos straight after Bangkok, and you'd be like, these are the teams for the next tournament. I don't know what you would say to that.
I mean, yeah, it's having done some power rankings post Bangkok on it, all of the teams globally, it didn't really shape up the way that we had expected whatsoever. But at the end of the day, that's fine, because that's not us being stupid. That's teams getting better than we could have possibly expected.
Yeah, I mean, didn't you guys like put T1 to come 8th or something over, and then they get the win?
I wasn't on that episode.
You weren't on that one?
I was not on that episode of the show that that shall not be named, because I'm ashamed of what we have done. But yeah, no, I wasn't on that episode. I probably would have fought a little bit harder, but honestly, not that much harder. Like that's the thing. It's like the expectations were not there.
Yeah, that's
so. Sometimes you just come in and you get absolutely surprised. I mean, PRX got a 2-0 with Mindfree coming in the first map. He dropped 70 ACS.
Who would have thought?
Not us.
Not us.
Not these guys.
No.
Not PRX themselves. They said as much. They said we didn't think we were going to win that.
Yeah.
We thought that we were going to have to go through the lower bracket. So everybody has just been getting shocked here at the ACL.
I mean, we've had just a lot of surprising moments as well. Like a lot of well, I wouldn't say miraculous. A lot of very well fought individual performances to get the likes of 30 kills, 29 kills, that sort of stuff. Just have a map here or there, and kind of just pull the rug out.
One of the ones that lives rent-free in my head at the moment is Forsaken on that icebox playing Sova, the 4K with a Sheriff. Just some really crisp shots. So yeah, I mean, there's been plenty of hero moments like that as well.
The double aces as well to come out in the pistol round and the bonus rounds, and then fall off a little bit.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really fun stuff here. So I hope that you guys have been enjoying it. Obviously, you know, slow build up to today. Had a day off yesterday, so a day without matches. Then we have to wait for the Game Changers Grand Final to wrap up. That one ends up being an absolute banger. So, you know, it's a little bit of a slow build up to get to this Grand Final, but I think it's going to become pretty explosive pretty quickly. But I think it's now time to go ahead and hear this.
控场位的表现非常的惊艳，尤其是在和 XLG 那场比赛里拿到了50个击杀。那也想问一下他如何在如此高强度的赛程里保持一个这么好的手感和状态的。I must say your controller was really amazing, especially during the match against XLG. So how could you keep your form and health status in such a tight schedule?
네, 이번 XLG전에서 연막으로 굉장히 좋은 활약을 보여주셨는데요. 굉장히 빡빡한 스케줄 속에서 어떻게 그렇게 폼을 잘 유지하실 수 있었나요?
평소에 이제 오지 못하는 경기장일 뿐더러 뭔가 좀 더 재밌는 경기를 보여드리고 싶어가지고 마지막까지 집중을 했던 것 같습니다.
It was a really special chance for us to do a play in a stage that we don't usually play on. So I really focused until the end, and I think that's why I can still stay the form.
他说，其实对于 DRX 来说，对于他来说，真的是一个非常特殊的机会，他们才可以站在这个他们从来没有站在上的舞台上去打比赛。所以对于他来说，就是因为有这样的信念，他才可以一直保持自己的状态，直到比赛的最后一刻，也保持了一个这么好的手感和状态。那也想问一下他，之前有没有想过会在总决赛的舞台上和 PRX 交手？今天准备以怎样的心态来面对他们呢 ？And have you ever expected that you could fight against with PRX in this grand finals? And how's your mentality right now?
이번 대회에서 결승전에서 PRX를 만날 거라고 예상을 하셨나요? 그리고 지금 그래서 기분은 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
사실 어느 정도 예상은 했지만 결국엔 중국 팀이 올라왔으면 좋겠다라고 생각을 했었고, 사실 어느 대회를 가든 너무 많이 만나다 보니까 이제는 없으면 좀 섭섭해질 것 같아요. 그래가지고 또 그냥 재밌는 경기 보여드리겠습니다.
I actually wished China team to come to the grand final, but I think we're beating PRX like every time, everywhere. So if they are not in the grand finals, I think I will be a little sad about it. But anyways, I'll do my best in this game. Thank you.
他说，其实他确实也真的非常期待可以在总决赛的舞台上碰到一支来自 CN 的队伍。但是对于今天的对手 PRX 来说，无论何时，无论何地，只要面对这支队伍，其实他们都是做好了准备的。所以，如果假设今天在舞台上没有碰到 PRX 的话，可能他也会有一些小失落。但不管怎么样，无论如何，面对今天这场比赛，他都会用尽全力去赢下来的。And best of luck.
There we go. Glad we got that fixed up so that we can hear from Mako. I mean, he was right there saying we were hoping to try to get a Chinese team in here, but always fun to play against PRX. It's going to be the 13th time that these teams have ever clashed. And only out of 2 of those, now this has to be the third, they've all been within the VCT circuit. It's always been non-off-season tournaments pretty much where they end up fighting against each other. And in those off-season tournaments, DRX has never been able to best PRX, so this could be the first time for them to get one of those back.
And this is going to be a BO5 instead of a BO3 as well, so there's a little bit of a run back in case you lose the BO3 like 2-1. You've still got more to do.
Yeah, it's at least a decent change for PRX of not encountering them in a group stage, which is often where it would happen, at least back in the past. But overall, it's been a very good win record for the side of PRX. 8-4 out of the 12 that have been competed. DRX maybe a chance to make that 8-5 all time.
Yeah, and I mean, they've been looking pretty darn hot in this tournament so far. We're out acclimatizing nicely towards the different styles of the China teams that they've had to play against already. And really for PRX, just a nice day at the office, pretty rough start, good pickup.
Yeah.
So I don't really know where I even put my head at this one. I think you look at this from an outside view, 5 maps, very plausible, but which way it goes.
Yeah, a very different story. I think that this does feel a little bit coin flippy for me. I think it's going to be what kind of form do we see from Mindfreak and the rest of the players off the rip, as well as for the DRX camp. Are they continuing to make these adjustments to their comps that we were seeing from them in the last series? Because that's where things were falling flat a little bit. It took a little while to restart the engine. They managed to do so going into basically the second half of that final map. And then from there, they looked damn good. I think that if they're going to keep things pretty stock standard for themselves, not play around with those comp changes, not take freeing off of the tail quite just yet, then I think that they're going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're exploring when they kind of have an event that they can, right? If they've still got the comfortability mark there, that's okay to adjust and have a little bit of a slower start to still back themselves. But I think this one still has a little bit of a different essence, a different aura around this series as well, because it is a known competitor. You've done it time and time again. And there is actually a decent amount of money on the line as well, right? For a team like DRX at the moment who's not going to be over to Toronto, you want to still be able to pick up something good with the time, get your preparations down pat to get ready to explore and what the differences look like going into Stage 2 in knowing that Teo is going to get nerfed and they're going to potentially have to make those adjustments.
Right, which is why I think that both of these teams are going to be try-harding about as much as one could. Because for PRX, you know, you've got Mindfreak in, you don't have Patman, so whatever strats you were going to have with Patman in their roster, you don't really have to worry about it too much. So you can, you know, just continue to make some changes and maybe catch DRX off guard a little bit.
Yeah, and on the flip side as well for PRX, how much are you actually showing as well, right? Before you get in towards Toronto, because you want to get the victory, you want to get all this money as well. You want to at least have the rest of the team in good form going forward too. So there's a couple of questions, a couple of caveats towards what this series has. But at the end of the day, I know it's one thing that everybody wants. Just a damn good series.
A damn good series. It should be that. If it's anything other, if we somehow come into this, wait this long to be able to get into this series and it ends up being a 3-0, I'm going to be pissed at whoever wins.
Okay.
I'm going to be very angry.
I thought there was going to be like, I'll do something and then,
I'll just be a little disappointed and angry that they, you know, they made it too easy and too quick.
Okay, but what if the team that does that just looks really, really impressive? Would you be at least okay with that?
If it's PRX since they're about to play international, yeah, I would. If it's DRX, then once again, I'm going to be like, where was this a couple weeks ago when you were trying to qualify?
Yeah, and PRX got the better of you there. So, yeah, I guess that's, well, let's get the 5 then.
Yeah, I
let's get the
think
5.
that's the safest way. I think that, you know, for the fans here watching, I think that that's what they will want as well. Because if you're not going to be able to watch a home team be able to play in this arena, then you at least want to get your money's worth out of the ticket.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Which, you know, isn't that much, to be frank. So, you know, we keep the costs down in Asia. It's quite nice.
Yeah, it's good. You can fill up the whole venue. And for those wondering as well, it's not just what you see behind us. There's also like all of these stacks behind too. So
yeah, there's a full wraparound upper level. I have no idea what the seat count is in this place. Didn't Google it. Probably could. But it's got to be a couple thousand at the very least.
Yeah, probably something like that. You see all the glow sticks as well.
Yeah, and people are still filtering in as we speak.
Yeah.
So should be nice and loud in here, which having done, you know, the Benz Arena as well for Shanghai last year, Chinese fans very vocal. They love to get loud.
Yeah, even in the group stage games, we saw a lot of vocality too coming through from for the CN teams, for PRX as well in the series and for DRX. So we're not going to be any shy of super hard fans coming in towards this one too, and I wouldn't be expecting anything different for every single round to just have applause, right? Yeah. Both teams going to have a good following here.
All right, well, we should hopefully be getting things underway here in a bit so that we can figure out the draft, see what kind of opening ceremony we have as well for the players.
True.
Do we get that individual light beam type thing, or is it going to be a whole collective walk down? Because we have some pretty long walkways.
I was about to say, we've got the really long walkway, so we could have something a little bit unique coming out to this one. I remember, you know, we had Benkai as a little bit of a guest previously on Pacific, and it was always good walkouts to come out there, so I wonder if we're going to get anything just a little bit different.
Could you imagine the shock if they had just secretly brought
him
Benkai
in
to just do a walkout with the team, and then he just leaves. He just doesn't play.
That would be so Benkai. That's the thing.
I know, and I think that would be awesome. It was lovely to have him there for, you know, kind of just the last wrap up over for VCT Pacific as well, to show up on the analyst desk. So always a good time to see him, and I'm sure that he also would have a ton of fans here in this audience. So maybe we will get that shock, but something tells me probably not. I'm cheating. I'm taking a peek behind. Players are now loading up into the game. I won't say what the map is. I also can't see what the comps look like, but it looks like we're getting ready to get started. So now that they're done, we can pause the timer, get them off the stage, get ready to do the walkouts, and get this party started.
Yeah, and that's what everyone's been waiting for as well. So just want to highlight, thanks for waiting. We did have that Game Changers series to end up for those that might have just joined us in the interim. We were watching it, and we were getting actually pretty, really excited. There were some crazy moments in that full best of 5.
Yeah, there was some really good clutches, especially on that last map of Pearl, just to be able to maintain the lead and get a really dominant performance there at the end of it all. But yeah, I mean, you know, again, shout out to Nova. They played a very good set. ALG, it looked like from the outset that it was maybe going to be a 3-0, but ALG was able to rally back enough to push it to 5, and, you know, even then make that last map pretty contentious. I think it ended up being like a 13-9, 13-10.
13-9, I think it was, yeah.
After an 8-4 half in the deficit, so yeah, it was pretty nice. So we've just been chillaxing, hanging out, and you know, chatting a little bit to the Chinese casters as well. So it's been a good day, but we're ready. You're caffeinated. I haven't had anything yet, but I got a great night of sleep, and I'm ready to jump into this one. So we should hopefully be able to do that in just a few moments.
Yeah, hopefully not too long before we get into this one as well, because what'll it be? We'll have player walkouts, and then we'll have the veto come after that. So there's a little bit of time in the expectations.
Yeah, we're still a few minutes away.
What are we going to get in the veto? I think we can kind of, from an outsider's view, already recognize what the bans might just be from permas, from history.
Yeah, I think it's more about the
map order,
the map preference, the order there between the two teams. Because, yeah, like you're saying, I think Haven, Pearl, 100% are going to end up having to be the bans here for either side. Both teams are going to be more than happy to play on maps like Lotus, Split. I mean, PRX could maybe consider Ascent, but in recent history, it's like,
I think more so you're leaving Sunset to the end as well. So it would probably come in there a little bit earlier, so you're tossing up between Icebox and Ascent, which, from what we've seen on DRX's side, maybe you want to shift over to Icebox first.
It's been a little polarizing.
Yeah.
You know, they've had their moments, but PRX also has. I mean, bested them on Icebox previously, and had that, you know, crazy set versus XLG.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm not really sure where they're going to look to go with this. I mean, you know, it did end up going 15-13 versus XLG, so maybe DRX will feel like it's still not super strong for PRX, but at least this iteration of them.
Yeah, that's one thing to highlight as well, yeah, I guess. And a bit of a shift up for DRX, though, you also have to remember, right, Omen instead of the Harbor, toying with the ideas of those as well. So whether or not we still get the same comps or we do get something ever so slightly different, that's the great thing that I like about this event as well. It's like you do have a little bit of time to change ever so slightly. If we had a team coming out with a crazy different comp, then I'd kind of question things a little bit more.
Well, which we did on that Haven.
And that's why I'm questioning it.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was pretty shocking. I mean, we also saw that one in the Game Changers final earlier on. The ISO on Fracture.
Oh, ISO Jets on Fracture, and they just...
It kind of pounded.
Yeah.
It kind of looked good.
It did a little bit. For those wondering, it was like the standard Fracture comp, but you're substituting out the Breach for the ISO.
Breachless with an ISO on top. And they ended up getting a really good performance.
Well, it was like 13 to low digits. It was pretty smacking.
I think they had pretty much a flawless defender side.
Yeah,
because
that's what it was. It was 7-5 at the half, and then it was
13-5, and then they just didn't drop anything really on that defending side with double duelist breachless. It was super bizarre. So I'd say honestly worth checking out. Go ahead and watch that final, especially if you're somebody who loves to follow the various Game Changer scenes around the world, because that was a very hype one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was really good to witness. There was so many moments as well. Like when we're going through that, we're thinking, going into Fracture by the stats that came up on the screen as well, we thought that, oh yeah, this is just going to be done. But ALG managing to push that one out, and then we're looking to get in towards map number 5, and well, there's just individual moments, you know, chamber headshots abound. That was so disgusting. Just consistency upon consistency. But yeah, as Achilles has said, check it out if you want to go back and see that.
Yeah, it's a good one. You know, I'm like, maybe I should start following the Chinese scene a little bit more here alongside the various other ones that have happened, because the players were also great personalities.
Oh, that was so energetic as well. Every round,
you got to clutch. They're like dancing, and then when they won the trophy, they were there. They took their bow, and then they started dancing as well. It was just like this whole bubbly performance coming through from every single one of them from Nova. So it was, seems just like a very fun time, a very fun series.
More lands. Lands are awesome.
Yes, more lands, which we found out that Korea has had their first LAN as well for Game Changers. We were chatting earlier with someone from Riot, and they let us know that was something that had happened over at the WDG studio, which is in Hongdae at the university campus.
Yeah, okay.
So they've gotten their first one, had a good turnout from the audience. So maybe that's something that we can expect more in Korea as well. So
that would be good.
LANs are always better, as it turns out, unless there's a global pandemic, in which case there's nothing else to be done. So if that's the case, don't do LANs. Don't be in person.
Don't jinx another one. Don't jinx another one.
I mean, I really hope my caster curse can't go that far. It's gameplay only, surely.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the only time that it was excusable. From now on out, LANs.
LANs everywhere.
LANs forever, LANs for everything.
Yeah,
that's going to be the slogan that I'm going to pitch.
Catchy.
Yeah.
It's catchy.
LANs forever, LANs for everything. Well, hopefully the walkouts are going to start soon. We're flying by the seat of our pants here. We were told that it was going to just be a couple more minutes after they had gotten the walkouts and stuff like that. What is probably happening is somebody had to use the bathroom. There's probably some player, and they're just like, oh, actually, yeah, maybe I need to use the bathroom. Maybe I should just do this. And then they've run off. And then we got to get them back, and security's like, oh, do you have your badge? And they're like, oh, well, it's with my manager.
Yeah.
And then they have to call the manager over, and then they have to show them the badge, and they make sure that the serial number matches to the players and all this kind of stuff.
Because you wouldn't just recognize them in full jersey attire. Because I've seen some people in the audience that are wearing the attire. So
oh, yeah.
There you go.
You'd be like, no. No. Yeah, you're not a player. You're trying to sneak in. Show me the badge. They don't have it. Either way, it seems like we are ready to go ahead and kick this off. So we're going to send it over to the stage, get the players out here, see that draft, see that ancient selection, and kick off this best-of-5 grand final for ACL. So let's go ahead and get this started.
让我们恭喜 PRX 拿下了 ACL 的首秀，3比7 DRX 2比1战胜 XLG， 晋级到后天的总决赛。
사실 이런 컨셉의 대회가 저희도 처음이어가지고 좀 신기하고 저는 좀 좋게 바라보고 있고 당연히 상금이 커졌으니까 당연히 기분이 2배로 좋은 것 같습니다.
I really like the way how this tournament providing everything for us.
웨일의 이 스킬을 가지고 있으면은 저는 3맵
0换5完全没办法左右经济了，一瞬之间直接被清完了。DRX 现在需要去知道哪一个位置是弱点。
저희가 퍼즐 걸려고 좀 긍정적으로 생각해서 잘 풀어가서 이렇게 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
It was a quite tough game, but at the end we won.
3杀了，要收尾，一个人一把正义选错手里面，3杀到手。
한국에서 오신 팬분들 있는 것 같아가지고
We're quite popular in China, and it's like really surprisingly. We still wanna do our best, and we just to win this tournament, and we're gonna try to do it.
일단 최선을 다해서 재밌는 경기 보여드리겠습니다.
비록 PRX한테 이제 져가지고 트럼프는 못 갔지만 여기서는 꼭 이겨가지고 1등을 차지하겠습니다.
See you guys on the server.
Hillman. Estrella. Mako. Babe. Free. Termi. PRX. Mind Freak. Something. Divine. Forsaken. Gene. Alex. PRX.
There they are, you know them, you love them. 5 players on each side, once again getting ready to do battle. But here in Shanghai, there is a clear favorite between these teams. PRX getting a hell of a lot of support.
Yeah, but I do see a couple of people in the crowd near us as well that were getting up and at 'em about DRX, so it's not like they are without the followers of their own as well. Just really excited to get in towards this best of 5 and what the veto is going to show us on the money with the bands. Well, and here's the order of the maps.
We've pretty much nailed it. The Haven out, the Pearl gone, Sunset at the end, but it will be split to go ahead and start things off with DRX electing to go to defense first, their own map pick. They are going to look to go back to that Ascent where they had the monstrous run back versus XLG. And that will then lead in towards Lotus with Icebox as a potential 4th and Sunset to potentially round it out at 5.
I kind of like this order as well. Split to start things off is a little bit of a fun one. PRX, of course, they had that battle against RRQ where it went into the overtime. They went back into the history with the Sky pick to come on out on that one, so whether or not we're going to have that be brought back out here as well. And for DRX, I mean, they've had some good favor on it as well against Gen G. So, as I'm saying, you know, there's going to be Hyunmin back onto the Yoru. I'm excited for this one.
Am as well. Players now getting their earbuds in, getting headsets on, getting ready to jump into this action. Now we get to see what that Ancient comp is going to look like for both of the teams as we jump into Split.
Well, I'm getting ready for this one, I tell you what. Best of 5, 50,000 USD on the line. DRX missing out on Toronto, want to get the revenge against the team that knocked them out. And for this guy on the screen right now as well, I think the question is the form on that one.
Form on that as well as what he's going to be playing.
Ooh.
It is just going to be the Omen Viper here for him. Jing on the Rays. Meanwhile, we do have Bane sticking with the Deadlock, but Hyunmin on the Neon.
Yeah, this is something a little bit different for DRX coming in towards this map. So Bane to Deadlock, Hyunmin not going to be playing on the Yoru, of course, Teo for freeing. That should always be happening with the current patch that we do have. And a shift up lately as well, right? Estrella, we've seen him playing on towards his Omen on that Icebox, for example. That's just going to transition over on towards Split here too. So I'm expecting to see some similar sort of strategy and style with the maneuverings around the map between Marco and Estrella.
Obviously, I think last time out that we had seen PRX on this map, did still have the Sky in the works. That was with Petman in the roster, so it seems like they're just going to go back to some of the older tech here.
Can't blame
that in. I mean, you know, if Yoru, you still got a good amount of flashes here for the team. So should it be all right? But starting on the attack, let's see how many rounds they're going to be able to rack up here. Because while you do have double duels for the attack, you do have this Deadlock, this Viper, the Omen to really slow up the approaches onto the sites.
Yeah, and I think that's where you're going to have to see a little bit of ingenuity from PRX and a lot of adaptation as well, right? Is Jing going to be using these paint shells and the satchels to just get right up in your face, or are they going to potentially use that to destroy some of this utility? Going to have to see some changes come around for that and hope that something is able to find a couple of the gaps on this Yoru as well. Most recently, we've seen, you know, a lot of just dimensional drifts come out time and time again. Like, we're getting these halves where they're coming out so repeatedly. It's being kind of mental to think about.
It's kind of strange to still see Alex sitting alongside someone who is not Mind Freak at this point. Some fans here in the audience trying to call the scoreline. One thinking that they're going to be a bit more dominant. Either way, though, 3-1, 3-0. Things that we're not looking to see. We've waited long enough. We might as well go the damn distance here. Find out if they can make that happen.
I definitely agree with you on that one. I mean, it's a best of 5, it's a grand final. All of them should be a banger. All of them should go 5. Though, is it going to be a new storyline, Achilles? Are we having only bangers on Split? Not ending it, but starting it?
You know, that would be nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, not having it as a round-out map is a good point. Does feel a bit more bizarre compared to what we are used to seeing here.
Speaking about bizarre, if we get to the map number 5, are we going to have the old PRX Sage comp when it comes towards Sunset?
Yeah. That, you know, we were talking about it the whole time, but PRX only played the one series until this point, so it kind of slipped the brain. But it feels like that would be something that they just fall back on with Reckless Abandon. I mean, it was working a treat for him, still can maintain tempo quite well. So maybe they do just end up going for it, which means that we might also get to see a bit more of that operator in the hands of Devi.
Of course, we are just waiting for a couple more issues to clean up on the stage. Looks like it's on the DRX side, so just bear with us for a moment. We've got all the admins figuring that out as quick as possible.
You haven't had too many issues, but obviously pivoting into a different venue rather than VCT CN Arena. So a couple little hiccups to try to go ahead and quell. So hopefully we'll be done pretty quickly, as that's doing him dirty. That's a legendary photo.
Yes, it certainly is.
Let's see. Still have him there? Yes, we do. All right, so still parsing issues. I think it might be down around towards Estrella side of things. As, oh man, he's getting called out by his friends, calling him silver. Or was that iron rank? I actually didn't even, I think it might have been iron.
Maybe. Maybe potentially. We'll have to wait and see what the performance looks like in the server if, you know, they can throw shade with that.
All right, well, get the wide shot. The admins are not right here behind the PC, so that should mean that we're just about ready to go. Alex here with the players leashed, the original 5, well, not the original 5, obviously Ben Guy would be one of the more OGs. Roster goes back, has a couple different iterations, but in the VCT Pacific era, the OG 5 here on stage. We'll see just how well trained, how well leashed they will be today.
Or maybe how unleashed they're going to be if we want to see the 3-1s, the 3-0s that the crowd is starting to throw out.
Alrighty, well, at long last, seems like we are loaded up and ready to go. Split to start things off as we get into the El Clasico for the millionth time, the 13th time, the DRX starting on the defense, PRX on the attack, exactly where they want to be.
Already this B main control as well from DRX looking to be established, but mid for PRX on a slow walk up.
Oh, Mako on the swing, instantaneous with that headshot. Paint Shell is going to get quite a bit of damage in as he falls down to 45. So he's actually a little bit more there on the back end of the explosion. So 39 on the Viper. Slight little one-way setup here, that tiny sliver that Estrella is trying to play around.
Yeah, even if you can try and draw some more rotations towards this B side at the moment, DRX are still just playing, freeing on the line over at the other side.
Quick little glimpse out onto Jing. Not able to get any damage tags across though, so we'll just be an orb take for free. And now a cluster up towards this A side of the map, but Mako, he's in such a great position. He's hearing all of this, relaying the footsteps through the attacker spawn.
Gonna come down to timing, isn't it?
Just getting ready to come through. Relay bolt to try to hold them at bay here for the moment as the salvos go out as well here at main.
Oh, good wall.
Wall set up. Mako able to find another here. Swings around the back. Mind Freak going to be taken down. He dips back down in towards Sewers. Forsaken trying to find the punish. He's just chasing and Mako is slaying. Gets himself a third. Nearly finds that fourth Elim as Jing down to 11 health. Needs to be all headshots, all insta. 10 seconds rather, remaining 11 HP. Drops down, and there you go. Quick tap from Bane. Gets the pistol across the line for DRX.
A lot of the heavy lifting in that round done by Mako. You remove the Yoru from something real early in the middle of the map, and then you kind of just playing a little bit of rotate game, right? PRX not kind of able to do anything. I like the forward line from Freeing. There's some assistance from Hyunmin as well behind that one with the relay bolt to shoot on out where necessary, and just a good holding of the barrier mesh as well. Always very difficult to destroy on a pistol round. DRX starting off this best of 5 with the pistol. See how commanding on this defensive side they're going to potentially be with a little slight new look towards the agents on this map.
Going for a big investment once again here. And just the one ghost in hand. Otherwise, A lot of money going to be spent. Estrella, snappy readjust, finds Forsaken swinging out. Knows that there's another player, but hasn't quite been able to find any damage there on a Mind Freak. Something at the same time. Just trying to lurk forward. Mako eventually rewarded with the kill. 5-1 start here for the Viper, as he's just 3 charges away from having that pit online.
And nothing you can really do for Mind Freak at the moment, so it's just going to be the flawless one for DRX in the second, as we wait to see what the bonus round is going to look like. And if PRX are going to be able to start things off, attacking side, double duelist, are we going to get some more explosive action from them here? Is it still going to look to be a little bit slower and more methodical? These are the sort of times as well that we look towards DRX, potentially changing a couple of positions around the map too.
It's a nice controlled pace thus far here for the side of DRX. And if Mako is having starts like this, that's where it's a bit concerning. Let's see how they fare, though.
A little bit more presence in mid again. Early Prowler. Gonna go up. You stalled out from going in towards A. Where's Forsaken? Found that one through the smoke. Spot shots.
Yeah, just straight through that one in towards Mail. Looks like he caught him trying to reposition, so Bane dead off the rip. A judge around the corner, though, for Fring. Heavy stack, sees the gate crash, but they're playing at range, and Divine is able to find it.
That's going to be an open site for them to get in. Hyunmin can't really do too much from screens, you'd assume.
Good wide swing out. And then just having to wait, play this a bit more patiently, push up into the smoke. Something, does he continue to advance? Looks like the answer is going to be no. As Mind Freak able to find Mako, the lurk dealt with. And something trying to push out off the back of the boom bot. They both not going to be connecting. Slide into the corner, slide into his death. Estrella out trying to see if he can stop this from being a flawless. Otherwise, PRX is going to be having a very nice round. A team ace confirmed. Everyone getting a piece of the action, and PRX getting themselves a round win.
Yeah, pretty much call that one a flawless at the end there. Some great patience from PRX on the back of the early mid pick, almost free of charge. Just, yeah, directly through the double smokes there, and then when you got a judge in play, you're thinking to yourselves from our side of the things, well, he can potentially get 4 here. Very well navigated from PRX on the board early, so no enormous leads at the beginning for one of these teams. We've seen a lot of bonus round conversions so far. And coming into the fresh round as well, an operator out real early for Hyunmin.
And he's immediately going to try to maybe get on a decent little line here, escorted by that stealth drone forward, and is rewarded as well. Something picked apart. Wall not blocking. Very good opening kill to be found here for the Neon. Forsaken up and over the top, though, getting another jump onto Mako. It's not going to be that much damage taken. He's trying to control this mid position as much as he possibly can. There's smoke cycled in from Estrella, trying to dissuade that push further forward into B Heaven.
He's still got to contend with this operator and the salvos over at the A side. See the dark cover start to come in.
It's a leg shot. Jing down to 7. And then quickly sliding back a bit deeper here onto the side itself. Heaven open, though. PRX could go for a vent pivot. Do they try to really just force their way forward? Well, with a kill like that, makes it a hell of a lot easier. Swing forward, though. Freeing, able to find one. Knows that the other 2 players going to be forward towards that screen's position. The swing in. Jing so low, finally finished off. 76 HP here on Estrella. As Forsaken needing the clutch from this position, which he has been able to do in the past at internationals, but Fring is just dancing around him. As Estrella comes in from behind, a 3K for the Omen, 3 rounds now for DRX.
Early operator as well, going to be the big surprise here from DRX. Not found on the first line, something down for the count yet again. Want to see a little bit more adjustments from him and the team a little bit later on, but really, for me, in this round, it's the later flashes that come in from Estrella. It's caught 3 players. Real close to screens, just allowing DRX to find the kills almost free of charge. Another investment to come through from PRX now. You do pick up the Nightfall, so if you've got a way to kind of access that and get into the site, could be really good. Something nearly, again, first casualty.
And that would have been a very brutal way to lose that on this round, because that would have been also a Vandal dropped well away from the player that has a stinger in hand, making a recovery a bit more tedious and difficult for them. Prowler to check towards the site. Quick spot out, and Bane seeing a little bit more there on the jiggle.
Yeah, currently no smokes for Australia to throw over here, though. So Bane just kind of has to play a little bit more patiently.
Doesn't want to take any chances. Gate crash now at the ready here from the side of something. Mako looking to reinforce. They're going to start sliding forward here. So as he peeks out, ends up taking an immense amount of damage. Salvo's now sent to try to further delay as the wall gets invested as well. Bane trying to keep him locked out, and something still TPing into backside. Ends up falling to the wayside as Jing able to find one more up and over the top of the box. Nearly a showstopper online, chasing in, but he'll receive it in death. Freeing able to go ahead and finish him off. Hyunmin finding Mind Freak, and now the pit in play from Mako. Making this site so damn difficult. Forsaken on the side of this pit. Australia has not turned around. If he does at all, they'll know that they have him completely locked in a corner. Finally starting to stray forward. Forsaken gets the jump. There's a quick reposition coming through. Mako ensuring that they're able to keep this, and that is going to be the cleanup as Freeing finds himself another kill. Things getting a bit chaotic. Australia not spotting, but still DRX closing it out.
It's a very smart play to just silently double peek back in towards the main angle as well. You've got Mako holding for the gate crash backside of something who's just really been taken out too early before getting any damage into this map, you feel like, at the moment. As soon as the pit gets activated, just makes it extremely difficult for PRX to navigate around the site. And I was expecting a timeout to come on the back of that round, so I'm glad that we do see it real early in the map.
Yeah, with this composition, double duelists starting on the attack, needing to make some adjustments here are PRX. So again, the streakiness of DRX is something to be a bit of a concern.
Well, what do you discuss right now as PRX as well, right? You're seeing a lot of different maneuverability around the map, repositioning the operator, cycling the smokes timing a bit better around it as well. Give them a little bit of time to discuss things too here.
All right. Back in we go. Obviously the buy not going to be in a great spot at all for PRX. Still do have a showstopper. Chance to try to go ahead and get an early upgrade. The Bucky as well. Been finding quite a bit of value throughout the Pacific stage.
Yeah. So a bit of an eco to come through for PRX here. Hoping maybe they find themselves an advantage to even consider deploying the showstopper.
On reveal, the bounce forward, and there's the kill secured. Jing getting in on top of Mako.
Wait, Bane!
Okay, yeah, Bane just goes strafing into that one, finds something, and then Mind Freak comes up with the kill on the Bane. Things already starting to get very chaotic. His weapons now upgraded. That showstopper still available.
Yeah, and you also have to consider there's two snipers in the mix for DRX here. They cannot afford to miss a shot.
No, they cannot. Hyunmin about to slow peek in, and Forsaken is absolutely prepped. Still, this late linger back through sewer from Devi. Push up, maybe even just grab one of those other weapons that's stranded around.
50 seconds to go. Australia. Very
dialed in, reading it decently well, but gets off the angle.
Noted though.
Both of them are, and that's now the paranoia going across. Has to draw it down somehow. Australia has that kill, escapes with a quick little TP out, but they are still in such a poor spot. The timing going to be found here as Mind Freak does end up getting taken down. Jing bounding forward into garage. Gets rid of the enemy Omen. And somehow this has now been brought to a 1v2 with Freeing trying to clutch. Even if he finds one, any damage taken is going to prove to make this so very tough. Swing onto the corner, looks for the concuss, swings out, does find the punish here on the Jing. Salvo sent to try to clear backside, swoops out, and Forsaken with a headshot will confirm the thrifty.
Oh, whatever they discussed in that round, absolutely worth it, isn't it? Hey, just immediately up the guts of mid with that Bucky. And Bane are caught none the wiser. Looking the wrong way, maybe expecting a play to still stay in the vent. Wasn't even the Bucky that got the shot at the end there. Really great rounds to get the job done for PRX. Keep things in great contest for the early stages of this map. Don't be mad about that, Alex. You got the round.
He probably thought, like, okay, well, how did this get as close as it was given the start that we had?
Yeah.
Given the weapons upgraded. Either way, quick little backpedal is, oh my god, Jing is just getting absolutely Mako'd.
He got a rotation immediately from Marco, though, in towards Heaven, where Paper X are looking to bully their way in.
And the bite is right there at the doorway, so as Jing tries to up the ante, up the pace. Ends up getting taken down. Fring now setting out the salvos. He's widely pinned here into the corner, looking for the shots, and the salvo will be able to go ahead and get the confirmed kill. Swing in, though, trying to send out the red carpet, is able to pull the trigger on the ultimate as Estrella quickly repositions, the spike now dropped. Mind Freak not going to be reading the close angle. DRX not really skipping a beat. They drop the Thrifty. They come back in with a team ace.
A bit rough for Paper X in that one. Just off the get-go, not even seeing the opponents, getting peppered down a little bit. Things go from bad to worse when you don't isolate a couple of these members of DRX. You get stopped from going in towards the site. You have to adjust in the midst of all of the chaotic abilities. And then even in the end, a 1 versus 3 to come out from Mind Freak would have been very difficult. Back to the drawing board individually for the team. Hero, Vandal, a Marshall though for something.
And he's able to find a very nice headshot, and Jing playing off the back here. They trade out their Yoru, but they trade up, and now it's going to be another great start as Paper X looks for another Thrifty.
You are forced to reset here though, that's the problem with the barrier mesh up. Forsaken's going to have to destroy that one, but you got to cut a couple of losses here as DRX, right? Either individually look for a straggler or regroup together as a team.
And Showstopper still online.
Getting close up to the site.
Mako cutting across towards the rope. Gets onto the rope, drops down, and cannot set the aim. Forsaken able to find one. Bane out from Heaven. Finding one, finding two. Drops down Mind Freak. Desperately trying to find the hit. As that ult is not going to connect. Devi finally arriving on the flank now. Leaves Fring once again to try to see if he can clutch this out. And the pit is going to be in his face. Quick silent drop off the rope. Salvos sent here, but are avoided. Push into the corner here for Devi. And somehow Brink gets away. Gets that kill. The round's not over. I need to see what's going on.
They got it. Mind Freak still gets the 1v1.
Clutched it. Okay, Ops getting a little ahead of themselves there, so we do apologize. And in the end, Pit gets dropped. Crazy shot from Fring. And luckily we have replays.
That's it, isn't it? And I mean, in amongst the replays, you've got lesser buy from Paper X, but you've got a lot of moments where the DRX members are just caught a little bit off guard. Some ill timing. The trade's not able to come out properly. And that's, what, the second Thrifty to come through for Paper X now.
Yep.
Forcing DRX onto one of their own. Dimensional to drift out from something, scope out things towards middle first before coming towards B.
Should have been able to just spot out one. Wall now going to be set up as the barrier mesh gets invested. Something arriving here on site. Mako going to be taken down. Now he's just going to gate crash right back over into garage to join in with the rest of the team. As Hyunmin getting a ton of damage. Flying through that smoke, able to find it here. Spotting out all three players, dropping down, gets the headshot. He's got them all shredded! As it's a Thrifty in kind. Hyunmin picking up the 4K. Goes absolutely berserk for DRX.
Just nuclear in that round. As soon as it comes out, zap, zap, shut him down. Another Thrifty, courtesy of individual moments coming through on Split. The dimensional drift as well. I was kind of noting, did he even see Bane, who was still up on the rafters? Dropped on down, came out of the drift, and Bane's still looking the wrong way. Either. Not much you can do when Hyunmin comes away with something like that.
Looks like here that Showstopper finally going to be invested as stun comes through, and Estrella, the rocket is far too short because Jing just cannot get the flick forward.
Shut down now.
And that's playing into a deadlock. You trip those sonic sensors.
Just no way in towards the B site for the moment. Have to adjust together as a team. Meanwhile, off towards the A side of thing, full scope out with the stealth drone. So the idea for DRX at the moment that, well, we've locked them out of B, we've seen nothing at A. We can put some focus more on towards mid, but have an idea that Paper X tends to this A site in these moments. And that's exactly what they're going to do.
Slow push forward Hunman, the Outlaw in tow once again. It's going to be a drift across as the wall fades, but Mind Freak, seeming like maybe he had spot out the Tejo, swings out a little bit too wide. Gets picked apart, something. Very nice headshot. Finds one, wants to sprint over, grab this weapon. Fight a little bit late as Bane able to find it, rather, it was the Vise, I should say. And does manage to bring this back to being decently close. The spike up here on the ground. Quick little pop there on the clone. Something TP's forward. As he tries to fight his way out, ends up falling to the wayside. And the time right now is just not going to be there for Divide. Gets himself a headshot. Needs to fire a second. Which he does. Gets it so very close. Straight out from heaven. Able to deny away the clutch. DRX now stretching the lead.
Oh, these backwards and forwards rounds are getting so damn close from going really either which way. The Leicester buy from PRX again. Starting to see what they can do, but just time ticking down a little bit too far at the end. The 1 versus 3. If the paranoia wasn't there, I probably would have given it to him.
Yeah.
It was looking so sharp with those shots on the Guardian. Now you do break them a little bit more. Light shields, lesser guns, but I still can't write them out.
And Hunman says, well, I can just keep getting value out of this one. It's going to be a quick reposition. Has he seen? Yes, he has. We'll just clear it. There's some covering fire there from Mako. Just gets rid of the Prowler.
Yeah, problem in this sort of scenario too for PRX is you don't have any ultimates online. You're not one away from anything too.
Just a hair off there. Mako dropping the wall. Smoke now cycled in, and damage not quite going to be found there. Just a tiny bit of taps on the Forsaken from earlier. They're going to go cutting back across the opposite way. At the same time, Mind Freak does catch a stray, freeing. Fishing for a kill does get rewarded.
Yeah, PRX have done well to draw out a lot of this utility at the moment, but they kind of just need to find a gap around the map, which is what Devi is looking for at the moment. PRX pivoting to the B site, deadlock utility, first point of contacts if they start to run.
They are gambling over towards the weaker side of the map. Gate crash now going to be sent forward.
We've
had to spot it on that one. It's faked. Straya still jiggling as they get the net baited out, I should say. Stun going down. Drop down here from Bane, though. Turns his sights back over. Now pounds the spike on the floor. Gets the other two cleaned out of heaven. And that is going to be a flawless for DRX.
Bit of stability now coming in from them. 3 in a row. 8 on the round count too. This deadlock utility providing really great things for them. Bane, you know, he's looked a little bit shaky in where to look on a couple of these angles, but when he's really focused, playing around these sensors, some really good wall timing, whether or not it's gone in towards B main itself or he's been putting it in towards mid, like this instance. Just playing with the team on these crossfires. Looking very handsome as we move into the last round, where there will be another fighter come up for PRX.
For a 9 and 3, the slide forward, and Hunman does get shut down. Looking for a crunch play here as the Armageddon was sent just outside of the garage. PRX now full cluster up over towards his A site. Devi hits a hell of a shot, but straight up finds 2 in response. Spots out Jing as well. Freeing here to try to back him up. TP to reposition away from the paint shells. Something in deep over its screen. Sight for now. Plant can come through. Dane trying to watch for a little bit more, but Straya finds the enemy Yoru. Swoop in and Jing holds his own for now.
They haven't seen Mind Freak.
Swing onto the corner. Chance for a 4K. It's like you say, they know that there's still a lurk somewhere, but it does not matter. Jing will pick up 4. To get PRX the same on the board.
A lot of individuals in this round getting the shots out too. Estrella trying to really dig deep, but as soon as Jing gets on towards the site and his team is holding a couple of angles that he could get encroached upon, looks pretty good for PRX to close out that round and, you know, make it better than the 9-3, where you almost feel like that's going to be super difficult to come back on the defensive side when you're running a double duelist composition and no Sentinel. So we'll see what these sort of adjustments do look like for them. Again, changing it up from the Sky comp.
Well, round wins all spread out here for the side of PRX. Half of them thrifties.
Yeah, ridiculous, right?
But Still a chance to try to fight their way back into this one if they can start off with the pistol. DRX able to find that first. See how they do fare. Swapping sides now over to the defense.
The man knows.
We agree.
Yep. Always great to see the fan interaction, whether it be from people submitting the comments or getting with the crowd. Alex's table should be like cracked in half.
I don't know. Broken. Obviously, I won't claim to read Mandarin, but I'm assuming it's saying like maybe like before. Maybe there's an after for another slide, or maybe it's saying like please don't break it. As yet, you can see the DRX fans scattered around here throughout the venue, liking what they're seeing so far. And there's still a lot more work that needs to be done if they're going to be victorious in this series.
I mean, absolutely getting a treat so far with what we've had in this map. It's not been clean, it's been scrappy, but it's been super fun.
Yeah, very chaotic, very fast-paced.
Yep.
And, you know, the Thrifties are just so damn ridiculous.
Yeah,
being able to have PRX pick one up to get their third round win and then DRX reply.
And we just keep going backwards and forwards. But here we go. Second half to get back in towards what do DRX have on this attacking side, deploying the Neon back. Bit of a change in look though, because last time they did it, it was flashback and Hyunmin was on the raise.
Look at this collision that's about to happen in mid though. All 5 players from PRX looking to try to push out, but nothing really noted. Gate crash back towards Alley. And now it's 4 of the 5 from DRX getting ready to work their way across towards this B site.
Yeah, you got to just consider though, with all of them there, too many conductors on the track might derail.
Looks like they're going to reroute. Estrella setting up the smoke, backpedaling the Prowler to chase in. Sonic Sensor alerting forward presence. Obviously not numbers.
Meanwhile,
Mako has not been scaling.
No, he's just been playing very patiently, seeing if there's any forward investments, but you see no utility, no Prowlers, for example, from Forsaken, no Haunt towards that direction, so you know that you can kind of get in, take the space, and look for a plant.
Things are coming down. They're expecting someone to be around that ramp position. Mako now backing off as Estrella watches the sewer. Well, to try to slow the advance here into heaven, but with their combined efforts, they can quickly clear out the barrier mesh. Gunmen at the ready here. Around the corner at elbow. Pain Shell going to be lobbed in, but that's going to be the Sonic Sensor taken down. Early alert system now removed here from the grasp of the DRX. Jing with that Sheriff making it sing! Comes up with 2, the site now in control as Estrella spotting out 1, finds the headshot, the paranoia about to descend, about to connect onto multiple players, but the smoke is there to obfuscate, and Mako cannot stop him. Jing with the 4K gets the pistol here, the second half for PRX.
Yeah, another one comes out from him there. Very pivotal that the Paint Shells destroy that sensor as well. If you see them get into that spot and they don't destroy it immediately, you would just expect them to get destroyed, but instead they return fire. Lots of great shots to come out from them, and just a little bit unfortunate for Estrella that the paranoia doesn't collect upon Jing there. Very sharp with the Sheriff, a much needed pistol to go PRX's way, tying it up 1 apiece. Starting to get a little bit closer, you would assume, in this map.
Should be at least that 8-6. There's a Prowler just sitting here on the hunt. Forsaken, judge in hand, looking to really mess up their day. As it is double stacked here on the angle. And any kind of unassisted peek off this should almost certainly lead to death. Quick clear with the Ghost, quick exit. No punish to be found. And Sonic Sensor removed.
Hard to go through this little sliver of the one-way too. Gonna have to almost just respect it. This is the sort of deployment as well from PRX. Actually, no, never mind. They're not gonna disrespect it. They're just gonna go. What?
Hyunmin just swings right into that one. Mind Freak able to find him. TP's over to the side and has him lined up. The judge now to run down the 2 remainders. That will be a flawless from PRX. No damage suffered here on the anti-eco.
I guess at the end of the day, just get the job done, right? You're only on the pistols. You're probably not going to be able to get in, so at least attempt it. I was noticing, though, the different deployment of the PRX members towards the A site. That's the sort of style where they're sitting there that Marco was kind of waiting for in the previous round, seeing if there was going to be anyone on a more forward line, playing up towards the ramp, playing up towards main. So we'll see how often he wants to try and get his lurks out. Something that Meteor does very well, for example, on this map. But here we go, bonus round. And it is the duelist yet again for PRX playing at the ramp.
Double stack set up, Boombot to try to check close. Gets the reveal, and Mako gets a headshot. They've been finding one here in trade. And for now, it looks like ramp is widely just going to be avoided. No, Freeing does manage to get the peek there from something. Gets the headshot to give them a player advantage. Good amount of damage going to be taken here by the Tejo. Lance is in, and he's entrenched on the site.
Yeah, I want to see Forsaken grab a gun here. He's dropped the Judge for the Guardian now.
Another one going to be spotted. No real way to try to get Devi into position to try to collect that for now. He's just trying to get his way through this barrier mesh where he's just been stuck inside of screens. Clears it eventually. Just dropped down into the stun. Hyunmin on the peak, able to find one, finds two. Mindfreak going to be taken down. And Hyunmin, a 4K of his own, does not allow for a bonus conversion to come in here for PRX. 9-6 to lead.
Yeah, lots of 4Ks coming through from players here, and just a lot of great team consistency, right? You get in towards the site there, you set up your utility, you're not really able to play off the sensors too hard because all of these PRX members have already rotated, ready to flood on the retake, the lesser weaponry, and as I say, DRX kind of just already set up and available for it. Makes it difficult. Fourth round in this half, Operator out for something. See if that's going to get him a little bit more in towards the server here, but he is on the other side of the map.
Not exactly going to be on the right line. Plenty of noise being made here as Jing quickly looking to just disconnect backward. Void's getting spotted out. Pushes forward, though, is going to be stunned up. Tiny bits of damage. Oh, Devi! He just goes barreling through the vent. Finds himself 2 kills. TP forward to stray up.
Wait!
Oh! Something I hadn't noticed! Seems like they have a solid read, and now he's stuck in! Oh my god, the smoke about to fall! He's got 3 players on the opposite side! And at best, all you could say that it was info gained.
There's a flank from Mindfreak here too.
Swinging around the back, Mako. Here on the side, swings up, has him! Stacked together. Jinging something now, dead. Bane arriving here at Heaven. The smoke falling, looking for the readjust. It takes him a damn long while, but eventually he gets it. DRX scraping by in the round as we continue to witness absolute insane scenes.
Oh, it's absurdity. You just see disheartening in the end with how it eventuated for Devi with that Judge getting 2 and Bane finishing it up with 2 of his own and a double. I mean, there's too many 2s to count in this round. A rough one for PRX on the receiving end when you think they have advantages going in towards that retake. 4 versus 2 weathered by DRX, setting themselves up here for a potential closeout.
Looking for a heavy fight forward, but something just going to get stunned up, has to gate crash back over to the spawn. Bucky in hand to try to hold main here for Forsaken. As Stealth Drone does not peek over towards the vent. And Bucky somehow connects to that range. Hyunmin dead, Freeing able to answer 1 back. Answers back 2, but at the same time, he's the last one left alive. Catches a bit of a timing. Here's the Prowler. And it does catch him off guard. Swap now over onto the Phantom and a sprint across towards the opposite side of this map. Something at 27 health. Mindfreak untouched with the Bulldog.
They can
Armageddon is available.
Yeah, they can get some upgrades here as well. Eventually going to recognize that he's not here, and the plant will go down, so they'll have to make a rotate now. Something of note, there's no flashes for them, there are smokes. So they, well, you would assume, maybe play it a little bit more closer together, clearing angles, setting themselves up a couple of crossfires, but with the plant going down, they are literally at the opposite side of the map, the furthest away they could be.
Yeah, and that's going to be critical time bought here for the side of Freeing, and as long as he doesn't collide into them, he has the ult, he has the salvos to try to just go ahead and secure this on timing alone. Tucks back here into Alia, double approach now into Heaven. The drop down sent, a smoke has flown. They're both directly right here on top of this one. The Armageddon now pushing them away to the opposite side of the pillar. The salvo's still going to be there on the back end. Another smoke cycled through. The salvo's confirming his position, finding the kill. And he looks for the swing and cannot find it.
It's off.
The time, it's got it up to have something just sticking and looking for the Prage, but it doesn't even need it. Still about a second to spare there on it, as Freeing nearly gets himself a monstrous clutch.
Yeah, a valiant attempt at him for the 4K. I was looking at where those salvos were going to fly, right? If they came from the tower, you would assume they would have been spotted as well from something at the end there. And with them not being there, the only position that he could really come from was the alleyway, right? So just getting out the trade, ensuring that a half was stuck no matter what. Die to the salvos, it's okay, the trade should be there. So PRX, they do manage to get it done. And they are holding on. A Nightfall and a Showstopper available at the right spot currently for a couple of members.
Grab that send. Showstopper now chasing in. Bane going to be taken down. Here behind the box, though, is straight up playing off the orb tap. Is able to find one. The slide in from Hyunmin, however, not able to find much value at all. Just taken down to 45. Mako, Freeing, joined together, pushing their way forward here onto the A site.
You would assume this is where they'd be as well. Prowl up, confirming nothing close towards mid. This is where the toxic screen has been too, right?
Question is, if they find something, do they invest the pit to try to clutch it out? Mako, sliding down, the aim, getting readjusted as the spray. Oh man, it is whippy as all hell. Being able to find it now once again, going to be asked to clutch it up.
Forsaken aware of this push through the screens. Freeing going to think better of it though. Or is he?
He's going to try to challenge forward here for the fight. And it does get a decent little bit of damage there onto Mind Freak, but cannot find any limbs. The rest of the team sparing the blushes here from something who clearly still needs to warm up a little bit on stage.
Now we know that this is map number 1 of this series. It's not the 5th and final.
No.
But it is true that we only have bangers on split. And so far, it is still continuing that way. That spray, yeah, okay, we've been there. It's fine.
Well, it seems like that's going to be the first timeout call now here from the DRX camp. Still up by 2 rounds, but considering advantages found at the half, Termi, he's been biding his time with this one.
I think it's the right time to deploy it as well. You've had a little bit of time for the team to figure things out and adjust accordingly by themselves in the map. See what Australia's been able to figure out as well, right? Way to try and lead the team around now. Termi having an idea of a couple of key rounds that you can navigate here, and you can definitely close the map.
Let's see what the change-ups end up looking like here for DRX as they try to take another step towards closing out split.
You don't have to contend with the Showstopper, of course. Just invested in your little lesser bite. So see if they might even want to potentially go faster. I mean, you're still going to have to contend with, a lot, right? There's a Dimensional Drift for a retake, From the Shadows for info and retake, Nightfall for Forsaken. Current stacking of positions too, heavily weighted towards this Alpha site, and that's exactly where DRX are ready to roll with 4.
4 at the ready, but something, does he just go right into it here? From the outset, sprinting forward, Jing going to be taken down, Freeing able to find that one, but Hyunmin does get traded. Freeing, however, Vandal in hand, swooping forward, looking for a 3rd kill, but Mind Freak will be able to take his head clean off. But now, Estrella into heaven, managing to find the jump. Devi swings off the back of the Dimensional Drift. This thing's it's so very chaotic. Devi out from heaven, takes down the other 2, just utilizing something to hound them down. Timeout conversion not to be found. PRX, they're 1 round away from tying things up.
That's just a really quick round, isn't it? Some overzealousness in the very beginning from Jing, trying to just send it in. Getting taken out by Freeing on the pistol, and then you've just got all of these players going trade for trades. I think it was, the Dimensional Drift that goes in, From the Shadows that goes in from Estrella to try and catch him off guard. He's good for 1, traded out. Bit of a rough one for DRX with that investment, with that timeout, and now PRX 1 round away from tying it up.
Well, that's a horrendous way to try to start this off as you go for a thrifty attempt. One of your smokes dead. Just through the wall, Estrella getting a bit unlucky. Sight does, in the end, be a bit more opened up here. Mako just with a ghost. He's going to send the pit. They're committing for this one. Nightfall on the opposite side. They're trying to counteract, but Forsaken going to be taken down. Hyunmin swinging off the timing, finds it. That's going to be another weapon. Able to be collected perhaps. Overdrive, popped, finds something. Here's a tap on the defuse, slides in. A 3K here for Hyunmin, down to 5 HP. But for Divine Mind Freak.
Are they just going to call it?
Yeah, no real way to try to get back into this one. They opt to back away. Forsaken, Jing, two players that just don't have that much money behind. They will opt to try to save, maybe find some exits. Bane is on the prowl and will fall. So back out, Hyunmin does get himself a 4-piece. So some damage dealt here in response, but DRX keeping them at arm's length, not allowing for them to tie up this map.
Yeah, don't convert after the timeout, but you get the one afterwards, so you'd assume it might be a little bit okay, a little bit more stability. Like the investment of the Nightfall as well, sends Jing on the back of that to get over the pit. Unexpected if they can't hear a tap on towards the defuse, but very wise to it at the end there. Hyunmin with another 4K to end the rounds.
That's the thing, I think because of the push from Hyunmin, he had audio. I think he realized he was the only one, knowing that that defuse attempt was coming through.
Oh, this becomes quite difficult at the moment for Mind Freak, unless Jing can do something from the heavens as well to help him. There's a pit invested in mid, immediate rotations, too much heat around this B site already.
Straight up. Reposition on top of the barrel in case there's any kind of counter spam, it would seem. For now, smoke's just to be waited out. The pit making mid completely unassailable, but as that smoke goes down, Mind Freak jiggling it back, Killer ends up getting caught. Push forward into the smoke, something trying to get one, trying to get out, but Bane does manage to capitalize. But Jing's still here. Finds a headshot onto the enemy Neon, finding Bane to boot. Bane Shell now going to be lobbed in the spike, dropped it back sight. And Estrella not having from the shadows, not having a beat here on Devi. Does mean that he falls. It puts him down to 10. Mako now having to try to clutch, but Devi stands tall. PRX denying the map point.
Yeah, standing and delivering some great damage on the site as well when you got Hyunmin zapping through. His fast lane goes down and Bane falls as well. You have the early pick from Australia where I was actually thinking there might be a little bit of a smaller reset to come through from DRX. Whether or not you want to pivot towards mid and stealth drone out the pit to try and do something a little bit different. Instead, they try to just bully their way a little bit in towards the site. Jing has one of his rounds. Some really great shots. This is a timeout to come again, and from DRX. Just 3 rounds before the previous, they are wanting to close this one before having, full regulation, before having overtime, before just giving PRX the time to maybe even steal the map now.
Just looking to get this map point locked in, guaranteed off the back of the timeout, but again, that previous timeout did not lead to an immediate conversion. PRX fighting this tooth and nail, looking scrappy, but also looking sharp at other times. So we could even just end up in an OT right off the rip here.
Very possible. Now, what has Alex got for us in store on the back of this one from PRX? Are they going to look to get a little bit more aggressive again after the calmness that you would hope a timeout can bring for your team? The tense moments at the moment with the arena as well. I mean, I can feel the rumbling here when the crowd goes wild. Players can as well. But here we go, back into the thick of things. An eco for DRX, a couple of hero guns.
2 Phantoms, a Frenzy, otherwise classics. Just an Armageddon, which you would assume gets held unless they get this into a position where it looks winnable, where they can make that call. Hyunmin looking to try to push forward here as Jing swoops in from behind, managing to assassinate 2. Mako and Bane taken down. Hyunmin turns back for a kill onto the Raze, but then Devi finds him there. The quick hit, the weapons dropped, freeing in Estrella immediately having to reposition.
Now you just feel that this round is done now, don't you? The spike is in an unassailable position. You'd be very difficult to get that back. I wouldn't even mind Estrella going off yonder trying to see if the A-Orb is still available, right? 2 away from the shadows.
Goes in a little bit deeper to grab the Vandal. Freeing now with that Phantom. Smoke dissipating. Double face in. A recycle on the smoke, and they're just gonna maybe try to push out of this one, but they are met with their demise. The timeout once again not working. A treat for DRX. They tie things up 11-11.
Could have tried to potentially use the salvos there as well. Top of tower, get a little bit of hot under your feet happening, but nevertheless. The eco round with a slight investment from DRX in that one, now gone by the wayside. 11 apiece, the full rounds of regulation to come into play. DRX are putting a lot of stock in this B site. In the 4 players to start, Marco off yonder.
Mind Freak able to bound away from that grav net, so not caught up. 3 players around mid once again here. PRX very much identifying that DRX is trying to find openings.
Very deep haunt by Forsaken over at the A side as well, clearing all of main. So the members for PRX can hold around mid still, can hold around B.
Wide drop back is Armageddon going to be coming through, looking for the catch, is able to find one, spots out something, as well as finds Mind Freak in back sight. B now opened up the clone, already tapped, something's position going to be known. Jing, showstopper, at the ready, sends it, Bane going to be taken down, lands it on top, looking for Hyunmin, cannot make it happen, but the flash is there. A 2v2, a judge in hand for Forsaken, spamming out. Damage found, the push on back sight, something on the peak. Finds freeing in Estrella now. Has to clutch it out. TP's across the map, but the dimensional drift is there. No other util to really speak of, to really work with. See, slowly backpedals. Yeah, he should have been spotted.
No, he wasn't.
Okay, clearly not, yeah. The mask not coming through, just clearing out the site. Trying to spot him, now knows. Doesn't have any flashes. He's gonna tuck back around the corner. Exits the drift, is just trying to draw the attention. They're both approaching now. Down ramp, in through main. Shorty, they're trying to lead it out, but Forsaken there to collect. PRX get themselves now up to map point. DRX with one more would send us into overtime.
Oh, you just feel like the timeouts that DRX have called for this half at the moment, with the no value conversions on the back of it, had there been a difference, potentially would see themselves in the lead, potentially would even see themselves already close the map. But here we go into the last round of this half to push us into the overtime. One away from the Annihilation, one away from the Overdrive as well. If you want to get this B main control with the GravNet combos and the salvos, it's possible to find the space.
And both the overdrives that we have seen have been very huge for the side of Hyunmin. Quick jiggle peek, set up on the sonic sensor. Orb to be grabbed here. Paranoia gets sent, but punish not available. Annihilation now online for Bane.
And meanwhile, Marco hasn't been spotted out by the Prowlers. Now he just has with the second one invested. You got Something and Forsaken off at A, and that just slight utility that reveals something is going to keep them there. And this is where DRX can start to toy with a couple of rotations if they want, can start to scale up and pivot towards A, or to still go towards B, where this Annihilation is available.
So push Devi, peeking in around mid and collecting a kill. Estrella is going to be taken down. He repeaks for a little bit more. Giving them now that player advantage. Just the 3 left alive. The ult still a consideration here for Bane.
Do you expect something to be pushed up like this in this round?
Jing right here alongside the box. Opens up, Saint Shell, trying to hold them at bay. And he does, the grab does manage to come through. That should just about be Jing dead to rights as Mind Freak here in heaven.
Okay.
Taken down suddenly a 3v2.
You've still got the wall as Bane. That's just going to lock something out.
DRX flipping the script. He's going to be looking to try to catch him on the exit here, but the stealth drone ends up coming through, so freeing just stays tucked. A gun barrel spotted, but nothing that Something can do about this at all. Has to clear this out, and now he's the last one standing. All of his bullets committed. 26 remaining in total. Not even a full magazine. Clone into the face of around the back of the pillar. The push up and freeing to find it 12-12. We are going to OT to kick off this best of 5.
Yeah, only beggars on split. Still a thing, Achilles. It doesn't matter if it's not the closer of a series. It's all right when we have this performance. I mean, Devi in the beginning of this round, really trying to dig deep in that one. The fact that he gets away with 2, kind of ridiculous. But DRX still managing to get through it in the end. We have a reset on the fickle economies. No ecos to come through. Which, I mean, if there even was one, you give PRX a good run at it.
Well, now, no force, no glass cannon, no operators. 3 players here at this A site, really relying and trusting in Bane to be able to hold this for himself. Cut around the side, and Estrella, unanticipated. Jing delivers himself into the mouth of the wolf.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Haunt not revealing anything early enough for Jing to play on the back of the assistance and the information. So the 4 versus 5 now that they're going to have to try and look to convert immediately, scaling up towards mid and through mail, though.
Kralichek's on to 1, stun out with the bite in play. Not able to find the trap there for some added damage. And Mako on the reface ends up getting taken down. Yeah, bringing it now to a 4v4 here is Forsaken as Estrella trying to get cheeky here at Vents. Loses his head, and suddenly the balance has been tipped right back into PRX's hands. Jiggle peek out, Hunt in the backside, freeing, trying to reposition and dodge out the reveal, but ends up just getting gunned down. Far too many targets here. Gentleman catching a glimpse onto 1. He's able to collect Mind Freak. Taken out, but now the arrival from behind something. Not gonna go for the knife, just does him a courtesy. Gets the headshot. Leaves Bane now alone. PRX once again finding themselves here at map point.
Yeah, despite losing the first kill in the round as well, that's pretty much the 4 versus 5 conversion, just dropping 1 more after the fact. You've got layers on layers from them still behind that as well, with a little bit of alert coming up through the A tower side of things. And then a bit of a mid-exploration as well. Something at the tail end of it, just some great little changes to come through from PRX there. Another timeout though, you're afforded an extra going into OT. The DRX are going to exercise here.
Everything in the kitchen sink to try to get this reset. Granted, worth noting again, this is PRX's map pick. They'd elect to take us here to split, have that rough first half, and now find themselves in overtime on it as well.
Yeah, last time they played it against RRQ, dropping it in the overtime. Just one instance of it, 12-14. This time looking to flip the script. Get the first map in this best of 5. Technically coming from the upper seed, but with a stock standard veto, 1 ban apiece. Do they really have too much of an advantage coming into this one? Talk about looking hot from playing series upon series, looking rested and ready for the final. So far, both of those storylines looking pretty decent to back up the team's performance here.
Well, we're in question now. PRX close at 14-12, secure their map pick. Do we go a bit deeper here with DRX finding yet another reset? Hyunmin into the corner, jumps back across, gets spotted here on the Jing, and does manage to bait out the paint shells.
Something of note, Devi has brought an Odin to the party.
Oh.
Yep.
Just for some screen spam? Maybe some heaven spam as well.
Bit of ambition at the moment from PRX, silently creeping up through mid with 3. They can lean wherever they want as Forsaken clears the B garage with
doesn't go that
Prowler.
deep into garage, though.
Exactly.
Could still be some players disconnected back towards Ramen, but now the Haunt over the top should make them feel a little bit more secure in this. So
how much spam?
The push through the sewer ends up coming through. The Odin starting things off as Devi re-swinging, looking for a little bit more, but Bane able to take his head off.
Early flank.
Wall set up here at screens. Not going to mean too much unless they reposition, because now the double flank is coming in from behind. Estrella about to get jumped. Mako pushes up the top of ramp, is able to find Forsaken, but now is pinched. Swings down a little bit closer, something barrel stuffing, able to find the headshot there as we go out into a 3v3 with Bane. Playing the close angle here on the left-hand side. It's going to be the wide swing. Something setting up for Jing. Spring's position now spotted. Gentleman trying to bail them out, freeing, trying to clutch. 7 bullets remaining. The 1v1 dancing around this one. It's something! Gets a some swing once again. Every single timeout be damned. PRX take the opening map. They take their pick, 14-12.
Oh, just the wide swings to come out from him in that round are absolutely gorgeous. Hadn't seen him deploy them too much, catching the members of DRX off guard. The synergy from PRX as well in a couple of these moments, just going together, changing the game plan, working a treat, falling over at times as well. But nevertheless, map number 1, the pick of theirs, going their way to start off this grand final.
What the hell? Long await to get this map underway, to get this series started, but seemingly well worth it. With OT off the rip, I think that is promising quite a bit for the remainder of this one here. They do have Ascent getting ready to come up next. DRX's pick.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta wonder as well for DRX on the back of their timeouts. Excuse me. What was also PRX coming out with, right? A lot of thrifties, a lot of great game plans. Feels like leveling up when they've got these discussions as well. And we're asking ourselves before this series started, how is Mindfreak going to potentially look in towards it? Didn't have the most stellar performance, but at least he didn't have an abysmal performance in map number 1 and potentially activate a little bit later. So I think in the scheme of things, that's really good for PRX here if they're still looking to have all their key pieces activated.
It seemed like for the most part there, Mindfreak, I mean, he had a couple clutches as well. He is perfectly suited, and I would imagine that he's got higher ACS than he did in the first map that they played versus XLG. So should be feeling a little bit better about that regard as well. But yeah, for DRX, this one gonna sting a little bit. Not able to find any timeout conversions at all is very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to go back to the drawing board a little bit now in the break to prepare for the second map of Ascent. But here, we'll take a look at a bit of the stats. Jing to top out as the MVP in this one. And when we do see the team affairs in the next one, I mean, they're pretty all close, so...
Yeah, it should be fairly condensed, you would think. Go ahead and get that up on your screens for you. Yeah, Hyunmin, exact same ACS, 2 additional kills, 3 less deaths. But Jing just finding so many important moments. I mean, that 4K to be able to pick up that very needed pistol to start off the second half. Things like that, and end up netting him that MVP.
Yeah, I mean, so many 4Ks to come through in this series as well, right? Just so many wild and wacky things. The ecos too, but all in all, great team efforts from both sides. No one really falling too far behind. These stats here, pretty comparable.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there were some conversions in there.
Yep.
So it's not just get the first kill and win, but you know, 14 for PRX, 12 for the side of DRX. Shows that how close they were pretty much operating throughout this.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we're going to keep getting these close sort of rounds, these close maps as well, the best of 5 could echo back like we saw in the Game Changers game before. How long is this one going to go?
I don't know. We know how long we want it to go for, but whether or not we get exactly what we wanted, that's going to be another story. DRX, we know that they're capable of bouncing back. This wasn't their map pick. This should be all right. But that Ascent's going to be coming up in a bit, so don't go anywhere, because I think for now we're going to go to a quick little break. Right now. Never mind. There we go.
Two.
Left side. Oh, left CTP, left side.
Two here. Let's go make pressure mid and go again.
He activates smoke already.
Yeah, let's go make pressure. Wait, Dylan.
It was 3 guys.
Let's go, no, can you smoke rock them? Okay, ropes now. 3, 2,
go.
3, 2, 1. What's in upside?
Wait, we can go again. I'll go again.
3, 1 HP.
Yeah, go.
Maybe behind goes up. Wait, only one.
Come boys.
I will scan side, guys.
I'm gonna smoke city, okay? Wait, 1 second.
Smoking city now.
Should be one side, guys.
Scan inside. Yeah,
One side, blue bird.
You go pick 1, 2, 3.
Wait, boys. Careful, Neon could be here. Neon could be close, guys.
Yeah. One city deadlock rotating.
I'm planting.
Chill.
One heaven.
I'm flanking you. Don't die.
Good, one heaven beam.
Chill, boys. Chill.
I want you to win.
Heaven dead. Maybe CT.
I don't see
Nothing.
nothing.
Hey, flower pot. Nice.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。虽然击杀知道这三个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。我怎么办？当我败了，非常非常非常不快乐。是个拼命的 C 位英雄，那你们出门装先买了，练就输了，动作就疯了。老周的伪装是退散不口抗，这把是要我这种没病的人去看队里的稿子吧，进行一个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，发来欠费的网费，当成记忆，管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。
Alrighty, we are back and about to go into map number 2 already. Some absolute cinema in the first map. Only bangers on split. 14-12, PRX were narrowly able to pick up the victory on their opening map selection. Now we get ready to go to DRX's with Ascent.
Got to have a big reset coming in towards this one as well, because there will be so many moments that DRX thought that they were going to be able to close out that map. I mean, it felt like they were in the lead a lot of times, and PRX were trailing, trying to catch up with these thrifties that start to come through with the individual moments too. But as soon as you get to the really tail end of it, it felt like it just really shifted into PRX's direction ever so slightly, and that was just enough for them to get it over the line.
Yeah, not having any kind of conversions of the timeouts. Again, a little bit odd to see here for DRX. So a lot of things that probably need to get tuned up very quickly. Yeah. So we'll see if that is going to be the case and what kind of start they're also going to have on Ascent, because you flip back and you look at it versus XLG. 7-1 with DRX in the deficit. They were able to go on a massive win streak to close that out, but still, versus a team like PRX, not going to be able to afford to have that kind of start again.
And not going to probably happen in the grand scheme of things, but we never really know when it comes to this game of Valorant that we love right now. So yeah, I mean, Ascent to come out of the way, and I mean, I cast my mind as well to what we actually saw from DRX there, changing their agents going in towards that one, right? Would that play a little bit of factor into how things were played? Potentially, right? But we also saw them change it up going into Ascent last time. So are we going to have the same composition that they've already ran here against Sheila Gaming, or are they going to again change it going in towards PRX? Because we're talking about teams, you know, wanting to explore just a little bit coming in towards this tournament when you don't have a proper VCT run on the back of this. It's possible.
Yeah, saw them pivot over, going for that Vice Deadlock setup here on that Ascent, and was very rough around the edges, but then when it started to click, we're like, okay, we kind of see the vision here. We see how this is supposed to be piloted. It just took them so very long to be able to make that happen. But yeah, I mean, it's a curious thing because we continue to see DRX making these changes, and that also makes me think like, okay, well, maybe they just change it back because now they've shown it once. They got the win. PRX are probably saying, okay, well, we think that they're going to run this, so maybe they go back to the even older composition. It's very hard to say.
And this is the to and fro that we love about this game, and this is why they highlight an importance on all of the practice and all of the coaches' knowledge and investment and such, you know, all the counter plays and all that jazz. But of course, we want to get in towards this one. We want to see what Ascent is going to look like, and by what we've heard from the crowd so far in map number 1, yeah, best bloody know that they also want just more of the same unexpected scrappy battle.
Well, that they do. Looks like we should be getting that agent selection up here in a moment and confirm our suspicions. See whether or not DRX are going to be sticking with this composition, or if there's any changes for PRX for that matter. We're talking about a team that makes changes on this map. They have very much done that historically as well.
Yeah, but to be fair, when they've played in a recent history, you've got a player change to consider about as well, right?
I'm talking about even before
going back that. Yeah, that's true.
The days of, are they running the Reyna? Are they running a Harbor? What are they going to do?
Yeah, I mean, they've... I'd like to say no. I'd like to just see a similar player agent switch and still keep, you know, the Fade and the KO as your initiators, the Jet and then the Omen Vice. I think that's starting to have a little bit of a good look for them, and they're warming up to it, despite the score lines that they come out of note, the RRQ game where they kind of got smacked a bit.
Right.
So we'll see.
Taking a gander. Looks like everybody, yep, just getting loaded into the lobby. Now locked in for that Ascent. Get the timer up, get the graphics prepared, flash them on your screen, and then get ready to see this fight unfold. See whether or not PRX can get themselves set up for a potential big 3-0. I mean, the word upset kind of comes to mind just given the settings, but mostly if it was in 3-0 fashion, I suppose is what I mean.
Yeah. I think it's just upsetting in the fact that everybody probably thinks this is going to go to 4 maps or 5 maps, right? You think that there'd be a lot more weight behind the names and the players that we've seen, the tenure of a lot of them as well. So would it be disappointing if it's a 3-0? I think so, if it's not a 3-0 where we echo the same map that we just had, right? If it's not your 13-11s, your overtimes. Throw that away. Here are the agents to come on through, so it's going to look the same for the DRX core, and for PRX, slight differences.
Yeah, okay, so it's just going to be a very classic comp here for the side of PRX.
Yeah, shoveling out the Vice, bringing in the Killjoy. Apart from that, you know, kind of normal, really.
Though, obviously, you know, it's Jing back onto the KJ, something that we have seen in the past. We're seeing it a lot more during the off-season, the lead up to kickoff and whatnot, but not as much recently, obviously, because he has been leaning over in towards playing Omen. But with Mind Freak in, you give that man his smokes.
The Choman. Everybody loves the Choman. But yeah, of course, Mind Freak going on to the Omen. That is very common and something that you would expect coming in towards this one. Forsaken as well, opting for the Fade instead of the Sova. That is very common for PRX too, despite Patman, you know, now coming in and kind of taking that over. So I'm expecting more known things to come through for PRX, I guess you would say, and compared to what we just had on Split, with the expectation maybe they still go back on towards that Sky comp, but they change it up. They have to adjust things a lot in the middle of the map, the tail end of the previous map. For DRX, though, they have already played this exact comp. They aren't changing anything going into it. So what are they taking away from their series against XLG? They're great. They're not so great.
Alrighty, well, looks like we are set and ready to go. The timer is ticking down. We'll jump into Ascent with DRX starting on the attack. See whether or not we can get themselves another pistol win and another dominant first half. This time, though, starting on the attack, PRX electing to go for the defense, and it's pretty much everybody just electing to go defense on their opponent's map picks throughout the duration of this BO5.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot more things known and why they want to pick certain sides with their certain comps that may or may not change for us. But here we go into the pistol round to start it off, and immediate battle in mid. And PRX win that.
That they do in emphatic fashion. In fact, that is going to be Bane tagged down at 26 with Hyunmin dead. Quite the large amount of value found there is Estrella now picked off. Flash into the face. Mako just meant to slide over towards the door, but as he waits for it to shut, Mind Freak gets an angle, and Freeing is now all alone in a 1v5. And the man is Teo himself. He is a god of the ghost. But this time, Devi will shut him down.
Yeah, PRX picking up the pistol round quite convincingly. I was looking off yonder as well towards where Estrella was. That is a very common thing on the Vice comps, and a little bit more so in the pistols that I've been seeing. You are just leaving them to kind of set up and waltz into B main a little bit late, so PRX, they've got that kind of recognized. And if they keep on recognizing that that's going to be a thing that DRX like to implore, then, well, he might not have a lot to do in the very beginning of this map and have to look to come with the team a little bit more.
Something strafing forward, and yep, just slicing them. Cuts them all in half with that Judge. Attempted a flick. I mean, Hyunmin at 55. Something swaps the weapon over. Pop flash out, peek towards Gelato. Nothing going to be noted there. It's just the two players sprinting back through the attacker spawn to try to join in alongside Estrella.
This is a well-coordinated A main take to come through from PRX, really. Now it should look pretty clean to close it out.
Just a couple taps here. Jing going from Sheriff to Guardian. Does men end up falling there as Bane finds one, can get some plant money for the team.
Or will he?
Well, he's going to try to, and no. Just denied by the slimmest of margins. Forsaken, instantaneous with a headshot.
He got his sprinters on there, so close that one down. Quick little 2-0 to start out for PRX. Started the different way over on Split. And now we'll start to see what DRX's attack will actually look like. Will we have Estrella still playing on the wings? Will they look to set up their deadlock utility in towards A main as well? Pretty common when teams do run that one. Drop it down, see if there's any overzealousness from the defenders. And you pivot towards mid and pivot towards B. Just the slow creep up. PRX waiting for this.
Really trying to get that Annihilation online. Forsaken and DRX have to remember that there was a Judge. Sends out some ghost shots maybe to try to bait them forward.
0 point just landed in the B lobby as well, dodged by Estrella. So this is a bit of false sense for PRX here.
Still are suspicious though. Estrella snappy there with that headshot, and Hyunmin similarly able to keep him alive. Just 15 health remaining here on the Vice. Up and over the top they go, clearing out the remainder of this B site as the barrier mesh gets set up on Alley.
Mako was heard by Mind Freak.
Haunt cleared, but Mako not really looking to push the angle, it seems, so that might just even be a time buy if Forsaken is waiting for him to swing forward. Estrella here, ready to swing if Mako calls for it. Swinging out on the opposite side, Estrella going to be good for one, but Mind Freak comes away with both kills. Upgrades now over to a Vandal. Problem is something just with that. Operator is not going to be able to get involved, has to save this weapon, so bonus conversion not going to be coming through. It's a tiny smattering of damage, just 2 casualties on the side of DRX, but they will get themselves online.
And DRX will know that the operator is in play as well because something already went for a shot with the op. So they should have some slight adjustments in the way that they're going to try and navigate the early informational game come this next round. Might start to see, you know, some early salvos used, flash to come through as well. The arc rows, so maybe we'll also see Estrella be with the team instead of just playing on this little lurk for the shear to go down in B main, which is extremely common. And more importantly, I'm thinking for PRX as well, right? Don't let DRX immediately answer back. How do you fashion the operator on the line? mid or Tiles peak might be a little bit more common, and it is going to be the mid line for him.
Well, you mentioned them playing together. Full stack here for the side of DRX is up into the window, quickly going to be cleared out. Just trying to disguise how many players they have here in this position. Forsaken going to be tucking back over by Switch as Hyunmin goes diving forward. And he's going to take it down there from the flank. Jing back steps, the peak coming through, finds himself a second. Estrella answering back there, but disadvantaged now. DRX.
Got to get the spike too.
Mako able to find Devi. Like you said, the spike still dropped over at main. Smoke on the market. Try to buy some space, get them to reroute. Peeks in, nothing going to be seen, but all the while, Estrella able to go ahead and recover this and now get the plant in play.
You've got the paranoia for Mindfreak too. Just the Arcros for Estrella. Available at backside, already placed.
Something pushes forward, that's the wall now popped. Gives him a decent amount of information here on at least one player. And given Mako's smoke position, seems like he's got a pretty strong understanding of where Mindfreak could be. Jump shot attempt. Not gonna find it. Paranoia goes across. Mako, however, playing up close, has the vision necessary. Takes down Mindfreak. Now looks for a little bit more. As Mako, still a monster, gets himself a 3K and gets DRX tied up at 2-2.
Very patient from the DRX lads when they get into that post-plant scenario at the end there. Good timing when there is a spot out, but it's really the beginning stages of this round that could have gone anywhere. It's ambitious from Mako to push the spawn side of things there, but kind of needed, right? Got to have these little moments that you just have to do something yourself, recognize some gaps around the map. You also drop the operator, importantly, too, and force PRX onto a bit of an eco round. Hero Bulldog. Missed updraft for Hyunmin. This sort of round, though. Damage, the name of the game for PRX. Crawling up main.
Some noise being made. Paranoia does come out from Mako. Saving them off here for the moment. Plenty of noise. There's a quick push up through Pizza, comes in, something out into the open, dashes over to the side, but Hyunmin still able to line it up. Jing, good for one, but cannot find the follow-up. As the door now shut, wall set. Control here from DRX looking immaculate.
Yeah, this is where it becomes difficult too. Double Sentinel comp in a post-plant scenario, difficult.
A bit of a warning shot there from Estrella, repositions. Checking now over towards market. Swing in, Devi. Does end up falling to the wayside here. As Mako swinging around the back, able to catch him off guard, finds the one, Fring gets the other. One casualty, just Hyunmin left on the floor. DRX now in the lead.
Just the little eco round to come through from PRX though, so they'll have a buy coming in towards the next one. You really wanted to see over at A main, the orb gathered by Forsaken, for example. 2 away from the Nightfall, getting a kill or a death for the tail end of this round as well will permit access to that ult in the next round. And you can shift towards, retake or early stalling when you also consider now what DRX have available. They have 4 ultimates online, just missing the Blade Storm. So this can be a real important round for PRX to try and swing things back. You got to chip away at the economy too. That's rough.
2 quick kills now going to be found. Hyunmin on the reposition, but Estrella with the covering fire.
That's done.
And yeah, I mean, you have another operator in play. As soon as you cycle this back in, it's out of position. It's not finding shots, not finding value, and now it needs to be saved. What a quick hit here from the side of DRX, and what an ult from Bane.
Yeah, it's just quick recognition and quick audio. You're making sure that as soon as you hear that pin try to be pulled of the Gravnet, just rip your ult. It ricochets the technical wrong way of where Mindfreak was Gravnetted down, but it catches Devi in the tree. It's just a great angle to come out there. They forwardly go in towards the site too, just shooting. Forsaken, well, he's at the rafters trying to potentially bring something back. It doesn't happen, and now the hunt is on.
Up position confirmed, but not quite going to be able to go ahead and get these guns out of the hands of these players. So DRX now just going to be stretching the lead, knowing that that operator is still going to be brought to bear into this next round. PRX, the question for me becomes, do we see a timeout call?
Yeah.
Oh, just enough around the corner there.
And you're exactly correct with that one. The timeout to come through from PRX, surely needed. And I mean, you look at that round as well with the ultimates that PRX have going in towards it. They don't invest any. So they technically have them to try again, and they don't have to contend with the Annihilation right now. But they were kind of on the precipice of being reset economic-wise as well, right? So you've had 2 weapons carry on over. What are you trying to invest now to build them back up? Are you going to be foregoing a little bit of the utility to upgrade a couple of players on towards guns? Some discussions to have for them right now.
There might just be some more stingers, sheriffs, something
maybe
of that ilk here to go alongside the 2 weapons carried forward. DRX right now looking to deliver at least another very solid opening half to the map, which from the attacking side is not something that we see very often on Ascent these days.
I was about to say as well that the fact that they were 6-0 down against Shilare Gaming, and they were starting on their attacking side. So immediately from that series, from a armchair position, they've learnt things on how to play this attacking side. But here we go, timeout away. There is a buy behind PRX, so they've done the math, the quick numbers.
Well, the force up, still going to be plenty of half armors. Something, trying to drift back, but has he already been spotted? Yes. Seems like the answer is yep. Trying to get the grab there with the net. He's trying to get back in onto a bit of a line. But with all this attention paid towards main, they haven't really put eyes over towards tree. Smoke off on that one. They're looking trying to push this one. Is he able to find one, but Devi finding the other. The ult now in play as something comes up with one. With 3 overall, now brings us into a 1v2. The fadeaway shot. Estrella finding the kill there. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait. Looks like it was just our screen lagging there for a brief little moment. Seemed like the gameplay likely unaffected. Might have just been a drop on one of the observers. But we'll get confirmation here in a moment.
Oh, PRX. And they do gather the rounds on the back of their timeout too. So nicely done. That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I was thinking to myself in that sort of situation when the first pick comes on out that there could have been a bit of a reset from DRX and they could have Armageddon towards the tree, forced PRX back and then looked to scale in towards the site. But not the case.
All right, well, timeouts still continuing to look very good for the side of PRX.
Operator back on the line as well for something here. Re-clear A main. Call the audible that nothing's there, but Forsaken with Jing.
They walled themselves in, and they've taken down Estrella. Forsaken getting a little bit of damage there, but the alarm bot similarly set up to try to lock these players in position in mid. Forsaken is going to be sending that Nightfall in reply, catching on to 3. As Devi swooping in around the back, catches Mako. Spike now dropped in one of the worst places possible. The crunch here from PRX is looking absolutely gorgeous. Captain from behind, something finds Spring at the same time from across, and that is going to be a flawless.
What a way to answer back from them too. Very commanding, every single kill going their way. Pretty damn cleanly as well, all things considered. Great A main control. Great scare tactic in mid as well with the Nightfall. Just forcing them back. A much needed duel to be won in the beginning as well, you would think. If Estrella wins that one, rest of the team, maybe they still pick it up, maybe they don't. Tied scoreline now. Do we get a enter and return from DRX? We don't. Straight back in. Their economy was still looking all right with what they've built up previously. Smaller the approach. To note, Marco was 0-pointed away early at A as well. So he has to hold on to these smokes for just a little bit. Now can deploy them.
Steel Garden just going to be used here for the entry, but obviously no one there to receive this. Marco now going to be in risk and dead. Forsaken finds him outside here at B lobby. Prowler now going to be sent through a straight, going for the peak. The Seize is going to connect, and he just manages to hold down M1, but something Knives popped. Gets 2 kills in reply of his own. 2 more to go. The null command pulsing across. Close push. Looking for the reset, but Hyunmin does manage to stick alive. Stick around. Might be intact. Finds a headshot on the Divide, and now the Armageddon. The hold back Mind Freak here for the moment. Slides back into the corner. Salvo's going to be sent. Mind Freak slow walking along the side. And Hyunmin gets himself a third.
Man,
massive round.
They pull it back at the end there, don't they? When you consider that Marco revealed over at A, has to run a marathon to get back towards the team. They are kind of gifted the territory of the site, and I'm considering, are you going to drop down your lockdown on the back of your null command as well, because you remove the Armageddon from the equation and you would lock them in towards the site. But with that one not coming down, try to go in for the retake on the 3 versus 2. DRX will reclaim the lead. They will not be reset with their money.
Big reveal. 3 players going to be spotted, but Estrella finding something there off the rip. I'm curious if that was through the window, if he just scaled forward and caught him inside. I think it was the latter. The fragment from Divide trying to buy some space and time here. Given the kill found, Estrella calling for the pivot back over towards this B site. Jing lingering a bit further forward. Do they read this? Stealth drone not available. Flash set up though. That will confirm at least a peeking presence. As Jing, considering going for the ADS, ends up falling critically. The site is now wide open.
Yeah, just Estrella strafing through the 2 Vandal shots. And this 4 versus 2 feels like maybe it might be the safe situation. Give him a crack.
Yeah, recollected operator. Estrella was showing off some ability with this just a few days ago. It looks like DRX at least going to be securing 6 at the half.
Yeah, further figuring out a little bit more on what to do with their attacking side of things. Beginning stages when they lose Marco, they regroup together. Is real king. You didn't want to see Estrella over peak and give a chance for Jing to bring something back in this round for PRX. Now, the question for me is 2 more in this half. Kind of want to see Divide hold onto this gun.
Oh, yeah.
It's not going to do too much to DRX here, so you just give that to them. I mean, you're so far away from your null command as well.
They're going to go bouncing out of here. It looks like they don't want to try to carry the operator forward into the next attacking round for themselves. Obviously, Divide in no position whatsoever to try to go for a recovery on it. It will be DRX reestablishing a 2-round lead. Chance for another 8 and 4 half.
Big decisions to be made here. Do you drop a timeout or not? DRX to further chance things here. Get an 8 to 4. Not feeling like you need to, of course. PRX, they don't want to drop their second. Understandable. It's a much needed round for them. Wait.
He's just TP'd right past them.
They don't know.
Mind Freak is in behind them. There's a judge in the front, but it's falling to pieces. Now he strikes, and it's only going to be good for 1. This could have been devastating. It could have been one of the biggest hero plays.
I'm baffled.
But somehow, some way, it is only Estrella dead. Ooh. Lockdown committed to. Jing and something to try to clutch this out. Waiting here, flooding back in. A suppress onto the jet, the tailwind. Expired, Salvo sent the swing in the corner, finds 1, finds 2. Mako from behind. Able to take him down as he gets dragged off of the defuse. Bane from the door will ensure that this does not get further out of hand. DRX secure the lead at the half.
Such a bamboozling start towards this round though, isn't it? The fact that the TP just comes through from Mind Freak, unheard, unexpected, in the chaos of the beginning. A lockdown invested from Jing as well in a 2 versus 4 where they can't flush anybody out from Wine. They are just stuck. So, yeah, here's that timeout. If we're looking at Marco, it's a...
Oh.
Ah! I thought we were going to just say, yeah, if we're looking at Marco, maybe it's a DRX timeout, but then it will be on Termi. Yeah, nah, mate. All right. They have been short all this week when we were at the CN venue. So I'm hoping it is also short here, given that when I turn around to the stage, there's no admin. I can't see admin.
I think he's just kind of getting a final relay out. Do you see the admin? But he's not up behind their shoulders, which is usually a good sign.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody, you know, yanked out a cable or something during that round or after that round, I wouldn't be too shocked, given how chaotic it was. I mean, it started with Mindfreak TPing behind them.
Yeah, so I mean, just ridiculous. That could have been the play.
So many ways that one could have gone. Is it one, you know, on the other side of the coin, you have to say, very fortunate of him to not end up TPing right into the face of somebody who was playing that angle.
Yeah, that would have been a little bit unfortunate. Just ambitious, straight in towards it. How do you do? And immediately dead. But he got one at the end. Give him credit where credit's due on that. Didn't eventuate for the rounds. Bit rough for PRX, because now you go into the last round of this half, and it's either 8-4 or it's 7-5, which is definitely more workable, definitely more wanted.
All right, well, some fist bumps to come through here. Seems like we are just about ready to go ahead and jump into this last round of the half. See if PRX can make it at 7-5, or if it's 8-4 once again with DRX out in front.
Usually we've been seeing DRX get some B main control quite nicely, with Estrella putting the shear a little bit deeper. There's been some challenge.
Pushing in off the back of the stealth drone. Again, been able to find a headshot onto one, but something shutting it down. Up drafts, trying to avoid the salvos, and is able to do so.
Yep. And there are a couple of players one away from an orb point here. DRX to get the ultis, right? So Estrella, Bane. Big ults to come in towards this round.
Estrella, I mean, we'll have time to turn as the wall gets ready to be tripped here. It doesn't have the thorn set up, so now it's just staring in. Something on the strafe. It's going to cut down. Now a Steel Garden online. Divide pushing forward, able to find a kill. Gives himself a second snappy headshot onto Freeing. Jing finding Estrella. The ult now no longer a concern. He's looking for the investment there. The Annihilation ends up going wide. A net to get the grab. Double approach here from the same side. Stun out onto one. Bane collecting the kill. Tucks back. Just dancing around the boxes. Here's the drop. A smattering of damage across, just buying time, playing it gorgeously. Bane comes away with the clutch. 8-4 at the half here for DRX once more.
Well, I guess a bit of a recovery in the later stages of that round, courtesy of Bane, but I'm kind of questioning things in the beginning when they have the mid-duel and then they disconnect away. There's the orb in B main that one of them can grab. There's the plant one of them can grab, but it's Freeing that gets it, so they don't immediately get the Steel Garden online or the Annihilation. Seeing Estrella still holding the line with the Outlaw. I mean, that one's a little bit more understandable because he doesn't know who might be close in towards B main. But still, a round pulled back nonetheless, and that is the worst side of things for PRX here on the second map of this best of 5. 8-4, DRX, 4-4. Lots of rounds in that half.
Well, PRX now needing to have a very strong attack side of their own, going up against the Deadlock Vice. That is going to be a bit of a tough ask here for them.
Yeah, absolutely. See more commonly, you know, well, previously I guess the Cypher Lock be the more common double sentinels for this map of Ascent. Something that XLG play with, the Yoru and the Sova in the mix as well. Bit of a different look when you consider DRX in towards how they're going to be deploying the Vice utility for Estrella, who's having some pretty consistent moments in this map as well in the kill department.
Oh yeah, I'd say overall for today so far, Estrella having a whale of a time. It's been some very good impact on the IGL.
I'll see if that's going to continue on for the next half as well. or if we're going to see the PRX lads have a couple of better ideas now, bashing themselves onto the more W Gaming side. Got a lot of that in the previous map. Had a lot of that against Chile in the first series too. But here we go. Back in towards Ascent.
I mean, yeah, you see that attack win percentage and consider what DRX just did.
Yeah.
Honestly, begs the question, are those statistics up to date with these rounds just played, or is that coming into this series? Well, for now, though, we'll push in towards mid. Stealth drone to try to check.
Dodged nicely.
Get cleared, but Hyunmin just doing him dirty. Still the push coming in. Does take a good chunk of damage there. Knocks the eye down to 56. Pops the tailwind to get away.
You know, you'd assume a lot of stalling at the moment.
3 peaks, Mind Freak, good for 1.
Wall in the tree as well.
But Mako's just swooping down here towards top mid. Gets a catch. Mind Freak now going to be dropped. Wall does get the segment broken. It's going to be Divide noted over towards that defender's spawn. Now it is just Forsaken with 4 HP. And realistically, what feels like no hope in hell. These would have to be the cleanest, crispest shots that we've ever seen.
I mean, a 1 versus 3 where everyone's playing different angles. If Marco doesn't
read
this...
Yeah, you can backstab all of them. Well.
No, never mind.
They know where each other are at, and Mako says, well, my teammates are able to tell me that you're very, very close to dead. So, there you go. Pistol taken for the side of DRX, keeping us up 2-2 in that regard, and stretching the lead here on Ascent even further. PRX, do you go for a force buy?
I mean, that's something to consider, isn't it? When we've seen such success with the Stinger forces up already in this series, the eco being very valid for PRX on the round counters, and that's what they're sorely lacking right now. But they're going to play it to the numbers and just go for the save. I mean, I respect it. I understand it. They give themselves as many rifle rounds as possible. Comes down to damage, though, in this round to make it easier next.
Main just trying to maintain control here at a main. Thorns to play off of in case that pressure comes through on the site. A bit of a fake back and then a re-aggress in. Try to rescale this position. Mako just cycling smokes on it, however. And he's got an Ares. Oh dear.
If they go on to the Thorns.
This is going to be very painful as Bane is actually the one who comes away with 2. Playing off the back of the damage. Mako involved in the kills. Given the smoke. As Mind Freak is now basically pinned at Wine.
Wouldn't mind Bane going a little looking here for that annihilation.
剩余30秒。 5人进，5人出。投。问题解。 在哪里？爆能器已部署。还剩1名。
让导弹飞一会儿。
又想起来。
确认消灭。
爆能器落在 B 区，还剩1名敌人。还剩1名敌人。直面恐惧吧！还剩1名敌人。
As there you go. 13-4. That's a flawless round for DRX to close things out. As they will tie us up 1-1. This series at least guaranteed to go to 4.
Yeah, for sure. A monstrous effort to come through from DRX in that one, but for PRX, I mean, things left to be kind of wanting, right? You all may have noticed that our audio kind of dipped for a little bit there. We had a slight hiccup and we're trying to adjust it.
Yeah, we had to do a whole hot swap, basically, is what that led to with our audio box. But
should be good.
You know,
we'll get there.
For people who've never done commentary or maybe even streaming from time to time, if you can't hear yourself in your headphones, it can be really difficult to talk because you just can't hear your own voice out loud because the headphones are noise canceling. We were kind of dealing with that throughout the entirety of the map, so it was a little bit of a struggle. But now we can hear perfectly fine. So for the whole rest of this set, we ought to be good to go. So we do apologize for the little struggle there. But now we should be nicely settled.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Nicely settled, it seems, our DRX though, right? A really great recovery to come through in this map as a whole. Just felt like they were pretty commanding on the back of the tail end rather, of the first half, and well, not too much of a run needed in the second half when they have the bonus going their way. All in all, good look towards this new look for DRX on Ascent.
Yep.
If this is going to continue, well, I think it's going to be pretty scary with what we might get from them in the future.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Lotus coming up again. Both teams, they have very different play styles that we've seen from them in the past on that map, but both of them also more than happy to play it. And this could be maybe a bit more in line with what we were witnessing on the opening map there of Split. Maybe a bit more contention, maybe another overtime as we get ready to go to Lotus. Either way, Hyunmin, nice little bounce back performance here from him. Finding some very good value throughout, whether it was with that Bulldog or with things such as the Outlaw as well. Taking a look here at the zoom in on the score lines. Yeah, just not really able to get those frags online for the side of PRX. 10 kills, the most found for Forsaken.
You're just kind of locked out completely, right? You've got a little bit of change of paces, a little bit of plays towards A main, for example, for PRX, but apart from that, the scrappy duels just kind of weren't being won this time, really.
Yeah, 8 out of 8 in their post plants. Clutches there and just dominance at hand here in the first kill department. So it's like, yeah, DRX more than well rested after that slog of a game that they had to run back versus Shilai just a couple days ago. It does seem like they've been utilizing the last couple days here to prepare quite well. So we are now tied up here in this best of 5, 1 map apiece. Lotus elected again by the side of PRX. They select that one, but we know that both teams do like that map quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I think that one might be a little bit more of a known quantity as well, maybe away from the unexpectedness that we get in this one as well from DRX. I mean, you look at it from the outside view that I was talking about a little bit before, they should be going with the same composition unless they just backtrack and completely change it up again, which they didn't, and I got to give them good props. I think that's a really good showing. It's a really great idea set that they come out with and maneuvering around the map. And I mean, double Sentinels are starting to be a little bit more toyed with these days on this map. When you got Teo going out of rotation as well, they're kind of setting the stage here.
Yeah, I think that they pretty much just stick to their guns and stick with what has been working when it comes down to that one rather than try to change things up. But we're going to go to another quick little break. When we come back, we'll be jumping in to see who takes the lead in the series. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and about to go into our third map. We find ourselves tied up 1-1 here in this best of 5 off the back of a very dominant showing from DRX.
Yeah, it makes me just maybe a little bit worried if this were a BO3 for PRX now with that little smacking, but it's a BO5 for those of you that might have just joined us in the little period after we started. So we have a Lotus around the corner, which if you want a bit of a litmus test on how they're looking here in Shanghai, they both played it against Shilai Gaming, and the score is pretty comparable.
Yeah. Yeah, overall. So I'm curious to see how this one ends up going, and if there are any other minor iterations on the compositions from either side. I don't think that there will be. I think that both teams widely kind of know what to expect. But I'm right there with you. Best of 5. I'm not going to be getting too concerned for either team at the moment, and especially for PRX because, I mean, with this 5-player core, they were able to pull off the first ever reverse sweep in BO5s in VCT history. So we know that they have the ability to endure, the ability to find some bounce backs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But you look at, I mean, it's not a full reverse sweep at the moment, right? It's just dropping map number 1 in a very scrappy battle. If they win this next one of Lotus, they could have potentially even won it in a 3-0 fashion, which from, well, as far as I believe, everyone that said, you know, your 3-0s at the moment have been on the side of PRX, right? Instead of DRX, at least in the crowd, for example, here. So we'll have to wait and see how this one is going to come on out. If you want to think about the brighter side of things, though, PRX, did opt to pick Lotus as opposed to Icebox and Sunset. So they have a little bit more favor on that, at least now.
All right, well, should be getting that agent selection up here in a moment. Can see that everybody is prepped and in the lobby, ready to launch this one out. See if there are, in fact, going to be those changes, but obviously fast turnarounds on these maps, just a couple minutes realistically that you're getting between the games to try to get that reset. How they're going to fare. Very tough to say.
Yeah, for sure. Got a little bit of pre-chat already to come on through. Ultimately just waiting to see what the agents are going to be for this map.
Well, they're walking through it right now. Trying to settle on this. Still never got confirmation. Meant to ask Alex about it as to whether or not they still have the the final veto opportunity if a player says, hey, you know what, I want to play this instead, where they can swap the agents right before the game, or if they've kind of gotten rid of that. We'll find out after this series. We spot him out in the hallway.
Yeah, I mean, for DRX as well, right? You spot them out in the hallway and figure out how they're feeling, win or lose. But right now, looking pretty on top of things, not gonna lie. It's got to feel good, it's got to feel comfortable having a scoreline victory as commanding as that one. But here we go, the agents do come on out. Looking over to DRX first, it is going to be the exact same that they managed to play against Billy here, as opposed to, you know, where the Chile Gaming side of things from PRX comes forward, and I take a squiz, and it is also the exact same.
Yeah, so I'm not really going to be seeing any changes off that one. It was just the Yoru device of the Rays. As both of these teams look to try to take the lead for themselves. PRX having had it after that first map. DRX hungering for it now.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to start off quite nicely on this map pick, courtesy of PRX. Well, that's an immediate first kill, isn't it?
That it is. That's just Hyunmin dead on the floor. Something with a great opener. Similarly with that Sheriff in hand as per usual. Stun not going to dissuade them too much, only gets absorbed there by the Yoru's. Paint Shell goes in towards backside, and something reads the reposition here up Bane. Quick little dip there into the smoke. And that is going to be PRX actually chasing forward a little bit here. Double stack to hold the rope. Finding access back into the site here for DRX is bound to be a challenge. Marco trying to scale in, finds one. Jing going to be taken down, but Forsaken there with the covering fire. Trades it back. Estrella getting rid of Mindfreak, getting rid of something. He's broken through door. Suddenly, all on Defy, and Estrella with the headshot strikes him down. Another pistol here for the side of DRX, and it's after two insane kills coming out here for something.
I mean, that really hurts for PRX here, doesn't it? You think that as soon as they get the opener from something, just waltz in towards the site without a lot of resistance from DRX, that they set themselves up for a bit of a post plant, go for some challenges, and they should be winning that one very easily. But no, in a 2 versus 4, heavy lifting from Estrella. Talked about him earlier, looking absolutely brilliant today. And he is not faltering just yet.
Going in now to the second round. Something is going to go for the Force. An Outlaw in hand. 2 players, only one's with full armor, so still decent opportunity for them to get some damage dealt. One of them going to be spotted, and that's Hyunmin. Does have the armor, but he also has the kill. Outlaw going to be scooped up, but Hyunmin not really caring, finds himself the 2 cleanup kills here. Now he says, well, you know, I like the Outlaw. I'll just use it myself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, why not, right? In a round such as this, you carry that over into the next round, and that's going to be pretty good. But we'll see what extra chip of damage maybe PRX can find, if any. Slow and steady, and this little pivot, or a bait at a pivot.
Just the flash being sent here. Thorns ready to greet them on the entryway. As smoke goes out, a little bit of a scale forward here. GravNet now going to be sent in as well as salvos get popped. Bane up and over the top of the smoke, catching a glimpse there on the device. Is able to go ahead and swiftly take him down. Jing will stop it from being a flawless, but cannot survive and cannot find any additional damage. So 2-0 start here on Lotus for DRX. Having a bit of a chokehold here on this map from the defending side.
Yeah, you got to remember, just over towards Ascent, right? It was the bonus that was won by DRX to essentially put the nail in the coffin of that map. So whether or not they're going to be able to just answer again and replicate that over in towards this map, this is where we do look to figure that one out. The investments from PRX, though, this is where I just really want to start to see them be a little bit more commanding, a little bit more decisive.
Well, for now, some rebel control on Freak. Just dropping down off the rock. As it probably checks over towards the baby door. Slide in, but Freeing there to go ahead and clear this out. Hyunmin with a fishing shot there with that outlaw as Mako quickly bouncing away back forward into that B site, keeps himself alive and safe here for the moment. Forsaken trying to get a seize around the corner, but now it's going to be Mako holding the door, finding one, but not finding too much more. Does end up falling down. Jing takes a bit of damage, 90 health collectively with the armor counted. As he gets slotted in, flush against the wall here at upper. Player advantage here in the hands of PRX as they look to deny the bonus conversion, and that is a swift shot from Jing.
Just 2 more to go.
Both players about to be approaching here from the same position. Smoke gone. Can they find any additional damage? This is a very good anti-bonus from the side of PRX here for the moment. Does get the tap onto one. Bane finding Jing. Looking to try to make a go of this. Attempts a little bit of a wider swing out. And in the end, it does end up being decent damage dealt. 3 kills found.
Well, whether or not that's going to have any lingering effects on PRX, we'll have to wait and see, because there were opportunities in this round from DRX to potentially weather this one. Still just 2 players surviving at the end. PRX need to have one step in front of the other. And they'll carry over some light shields in the mix, the Guardians as well.
Oh,
just noting Australia 1 away from the Steel Garden.
No outlaw here. So the half armors at least not going to be too heavily at risk to any instantaneous death. Ult cycle getting ready to come through here for Estrella. Is it just going to be the Prowlers? It cleared out, jump spot. Seeing a couple different players there. Will look to back away. Does have Hyunmin nearby. Flash through, just cycling these smokes across here is Mako. Meantime, push forward in towards B. Going to be spotting out this barrier mesh. Stop them from really gaining access in, but eventually will just get cleared out. And they try to instill some doubt here as far as the final resting place of this spike is PRX is clearing out what they can, where they can. As Haunt basically landing right here on top of Mako. Paranoia at the ready, sends it immediately. TP's back across. Situated now here on the A site. 3-player cluster working their way forward through the tree. Trip going to be sent. Estrella able to find one. Gets the lurk there onto Divide. Vice now dead for PRX. The 4-player push trying to come through. Mako in from behind, able to find one. Bane up in front. Gets another, and Freeing will get the other 2. DRX positioning their pieces to perfection. That's going to be a flawless.
Oh, that's an immediate answer back from them, isn't it? When they get pretty close in the previous rounds now, well, it's just an immediate denial of service, denial of entry, denial of any space around the map. I mean, there's sub 30 seconds before they decide to really start to do anything. And it's just a little bit too much time given over to DRX for free reign of the whole map. You get reset now as well. And PRX, Hero Vandal, showstopper for Jing.
Jumping forward. And Jing just immediately dealt with Hyunmin. Just hitting that headshot, taking minor damage, does manage to tuck out with the gate crash. 2 charges away now from having his ultimate online, catching up alongside something here. Paranoia goes, but Estrella finding a god timing. And he just absolutely massacres them. It's going to be another flawless.
Oh, back-to-back flawlesses just build so much confidence for DRX, even if this one was just a little bit of an eco with a lighter investment from PRX. Just the fact that they, again, are shut down immediately. You know, time and time again, we see a lot of teams just try to take it a little bit more methodical on this attacking side. Play it slow, play to bait out the wall, the sheer wall. I mean, something is on this Yoru. He's got the clone to be able to do that. You've got layering approaches with this set of agents that PRX do come out with, and now in a situation like this, my mind just goes to have a bit of a structured assault on towards this C site. That's what I assume they're going to try and do here.
Jing with just the Sheriff. Showstopper online, does he just send it? Yes, he does. Jumping up over the top, the gate crash, however, kind of baiting it out. Push up into the smoke, and Estrella there, covering fire. Manages to take him down. The wall holds the rest of the players here at bay. As it's going to be a good gate crash forward for something, but Estrella turns back, notes it has the shorty. As things go from bad to worse now. Dimensional Drift invested from Hyunmin, just spots them all out, says, yep, 3-player stack here at Mound. Goes all the way around, back in towards B. Looking to play this as safely as he possibly can, and for PRX, I think he'd ideally love to try to go for a save here.
I mean, you kind of forced into doing it, right? You just had a bit of movement from Bane over towards C, who set up the sensors. That one kill, though, maybe gets PRX in.
Estrella, though, no, find one, and that's just going to be Estrella having such a solid lock on this C site.
On the series
so many
as a whole.
rounds in a row.
He's just continuing to just deny and deny and deny, multi-fragging up, calling great rotations, calling great things, even on split. In the real scrappy battle, in the backwards and forwards affair. So much cleaner on Ascent. The beginning of Lotus has just looked gorgeous at the moment. Feel a little bit flat for PRX. Feel like we need some really large coach intervention. They've been quite successful today so far when timeouts have happened to convert the round after. And yeah, there it is. A timeout to be deployed.
It's a lot to try to focus on. I mean, how do you tell them stop messing with that C site? How do you tell them to stop having Estrella be able to gain so much value? It's a difficult call, and it's still around where you end up losing out on a bit with the showstopper being burned as well.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you just have to go back to basics on this map, right? If you've got the Dimensional Drift available, you're probably going to have to use that really first. Drop the clone, break the wall, then get the rest of the team to go in and hope that there's not really an early rotation from DRX over to that C site. If at all, they're going to continue to do this because they've played Estrella on the C site a couple of times in a row right now. There's a timeout. Well, that might be the good time to change it up, right? I cast my mind back in towards Pacific where they did look to change it up just a little bit and move him on towards the ace side of things after these sort of early beginnings. So I would not be surprised if while we have a timeout here courtesy of PRX that it's actually DRX that might find better results on the back of it.
Could very well be the case. I mean, already, given the composition, we do expect to have things be tipped a little bit more towards DRX's defending side, but the same could be said for PRX, running a double duelist. Pretty much whoever secures the lead here at the half is going to be feeling pretty damn good about their odds. Tech pause, though. Go ahead and slow things up a little bit. And hopefully it's just another little fast one so that we can get right back into this and see whether or not this intervention here from Alex is going to work its treat. They're down by 4. Not going to be a cozy position for the side of PRX. I mean, we saw it there on that ascent, talking about it. It's the ramp up that you can have from DRX when they get that ball rolling. It seems like things are ready to go, though, so we will get back into the action.
Just a short one there. Excited to get back into it and see what they've got for us here, PRX.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, a little bit of ruh-roh.
Okay. False alarm. Just when I thought we were good, they drag us back in. It seems like maybe thought the issue was solved to get the timer to tick down a little bit more, and you go, wait. Still having a problem. Obviously, everything is clean and in good condition as humanly possible here for the players.
Absolutely. Just going through a little bit here on our side as well, but just want to extend a thank you for being patient.
Oh, yeah. I mean, let's be real. You don't really have any other choice if you want to watch the stream.
This is true.
But we appreciate you guys if you're chill about it. But yeah, you know, it's one of these things. We just pivoted into a new venue. It didn't have an English cast going on for the Game Changers Grand Finals, so we didn't really get to fax the setup too extensively there. But I think that we've gotten everything for the moment now into a nice workable spot as far as our audio is concerned. So pretty happy with it. And now I'll just be made even happier if this tech pause ends.
Oh, you've said it, and it has.
The banner has
disappeared.
Yep.
That
Got rid of it.
Would you like?
Alrighty.
Towards the game. Okay, here we go. PRX. I think a lot of eyes are going to be on you right now in how you're going to get back in towards the server, it feels like. It's just continued from the tail end of Ascent. Lesser by, start off at the front of B. Hyunmin, an outlaw on the line. Oh, and shut down.
And Forsaken. Crispy one there with that Sheriff. Ping reveal. Jing bounding forward. Somehow getting traded out, but traded up here is PRX. Is continuing to hit that W key. Estrella does manage to slide into the B site, strikes. But now, all alone, about to get timing. What a round for PRX. It's a thrifty off the back of the call. And Alex probably got a feeling pretty good about that one.
I mean, how many times have we seen an eco round go PRX's way? They somehow look a little bit cleaner. They're not. Are you going to be able to do it again, or are you even just going to be able to double down the rounds at the moment?
It's one of those calls saying, well, we're just running them.
Yeah, I mean, straight up the guts of Pillars. You know, you catch Hyunmin trying to gate crash away. I don't even think he saw freeing there. It might have just been an obs side of things.
I think just off the mini-map and seeing where his teammate had died. Either way, that's going to be freeing, rolling out the red carpet, finding Mindfreak as well. Still looking good to try to deny away any consecutive round wins here. As now it's a two-player advantage. DRX seemingly more than happy to go for a bit of an aggressive crunch play themselves. The buy had been noted previously, and it's just going to be spray fest forward into the smoke. Flawless fashion once again. DRX shrugging off the thrifty.
Oh, and I guess the answer there for my question is going to be, can PRX double down on the round count? The answer is no, unfortunately. So the way that things have been going, smooth proceedings back for DRX. Big investment with the ultimate, but well worth it for the result of the round. Sometimes it do just be like that. Now I'm kind of questioning for PRX, you know, you go fast on an eco, it works. You go fast on a proper gun round, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So maybe they do have to just slow it down. Outlast the util.
Get crash forward, spot on the 2. As Mindfreak, okay, does get guided here once again by something who pushes forward, trying to find Bane here at Baby Door. That's going to be the shotgun blast of an Annihilation used, but they should be able to break him out. Reload, and okay, Jing does get saved. Getting him out of the cocoon here is Estrella, nearly getting timing, getting a headshot here through the corner of the wall. Divide, entering in from behind, managing to find him as Hyunmin, losing the plot, ends up falling down to the wayside. Mindfreak, big 4K. Overall, fairly clean. And for Alex, hopefully this one puts a smile on his face.
Yeah, hopefully so. You definitely want to see him look a little less stressed.
That is a nasty shot on the Bane.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, we were asking a little bit earlier, right? Mindfreak, what do you got for us? I think better in the first map, of course. Waking up a little bit more. If he can continue that performance here, that'll be really nice. Something on the back of that as well, by the way, with the dimensional drift. You know, you just got to kind of use these things when you've got them available. Faster again, PRX over at A. Hyunmin forced out.
Guided forward here by the Nightfall door. Held by Mako for the moment as Hyunmin trying to go for a couple wall bangs here. In the end, it's very minor damage found. Barely anything at all as Stealth Drone, I believe, stuck on the wall, the barrier mesh, now locking it in position. Prowler able to find Mako. They know that there's going to be a judge here around the corner. The paint shell going to be sent as Bane finding one. Now the Paranoia going across. Connects on the two. Mako maintains control of the position.
And you'd assume that he's just going to stay here, judging this angle. Quite powerful.
Still have Devi on a very late walk.
Yeah.
He's now outside of C. Might call if he senses that the site's going to be opened up.
Problem the Shio is keeping him in check.
Tap on the door. Mindfreak going for the push. Winning the fight. Gunman going to be taken down. Still needing to try to fight through this position here.
Oh,
the timing is absolutely gorgeous for something. Swings in, finds a headshot. Wide swings. The takedown freeing as well. Estrella dead through the smoke. Bane, last one alive, and my goodness, how have PRX done this? Something else dialed in on the line, taken low. Shot a little bit wider. Bane nearly hitting the transfer. Nearly going for that ace clutch, but PRX, they managed to persevere. Consecutive round wins now found.
Definitely comes down to the jewel in the baby door, doesn't it? If that judge is able to find one, potentially swings it the other way, and something, these wide swings, he's carried them over. Have some great success. 4 now on the tally for PRX to try and recover this half as well. Termi recognizing that, wants to try and make this another 8-4, so calling for a timeout.
Still solid here. PRX starting to find their footing. Mindfreak starting to come alive as well. Still looking on point, and the rifling from the previous round similarly very, very clean. There's some unexpected whiffs happening here at the hands of DRX. Let's see what the strat call ends up looking like for the Korean squad as they try to secure themselves an advantage at the half.
Yeah, seeing just a lot of this combo utility go towards Rubble more predominantly, right? You're playing kind of copy-paste Lotus at the moment with this composition, leaving all your Vice utility still towards the C site, changing the Thorns in a couple of spots. Very strong combo at the entry point of B. It just looks to be similar things for DRX. Hyunmin with the operator, if he stays around the A site, well, I'm hoping he gate crashes towards C because that's where we got the radar view for PRX, who have the op out for something too. And now Australia scared back because of it.
Quick reposition, gets up on top of the platform here. Devi grabbing the orb, does have a steel garden. Take back as, the jump across and Hyunmin hits the shot. Jink dead in midair, Mako at the same time. Holding things down forward. Over a tree on this A side. Cuts across, he's out into the open, but he's still winning the fight. One after the other, they fall, and now he's got control of the spike. Strafes in, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive. Mindfreak does manage to peel back that kill, but they know where the spike is, they know where Mindfreak is. And they have him bested 4-1. This would be 2023-esque if he can clutch this out.
Just toying with him.
Yeah, pop of the Thorns. Freeing at upper. Salvo sent. Escorting him even further forward into the trap. Into Estrella's headshot. DRX holding PRX back here. Holding them at bay. Get themselves a guarantee at the half. What a shot from Hyunmin.
And on the back of their timeout too, so they're going to be pretty happy with that one, with the multi-sided action around the map. At the end, very difficult for Mindfreak and just DRX. I mean, playing Valorant on the back of the way of the utility, right? Let it reveal, then go for the shots. Last round of the half now. Hopefully see this investment from Devi on the Steel Garden if we want to try and maximize the chances of PRX in this round of conversion. Similarly for Estrella, who's one away from it, but still at that C site, not going to do too much. Back towards the B site here for PRX. Just waiting to see. Steel Garden lined up.
All right, well, trying to go for the TP fort. Somehow something winning that fight. Hyunmin does manage to find him there with a shorty, but now the bound forward, Jing, judge in hand, clearing out some extra space. TP check there from Mako, and Widely is just seeing his team teleporting into a massacre. As Mindfreak holds the flank, and Estrella now left to try to clutch this one out. The 7-5 looking certain, swings in, can only find the one. 3K from Mindfreak. And another pacey round push here from PRX. They run it back 7-5 now at the half.
Yeah, on the back of their original timeout on this map as well, converting 4 out of the last 6 rounds definitely goes a little bit bolder in their favor. The engagement here too, really awkward for Freeing. I mean, it's just a dry gate crashing towards the site, and somehow something is winning that one. 7-5, a pretty good recovery for PRX, opening up their chances a bit better. I look towards the series against Shilai Gaming, their defensive side that they go on to now. That's where they started things off. They had a 8-1 scoreline at the beginning. So if they can come out with that again here, well, that's definitely going to be very valuable. But if not, I mean, you got the weight and the pressure differences from DRX in this form right now compared to Shilai Gaming, where they had an OT in the first map at Icebox, and then it looked a bit cleaner on Lotus for PRX.
Well, rescuing this decently, but now needing to try to pilot this double duelist composition from the defending side as smoothly as they possibly can. Work going to be cut out for them here on the side of PRX, but picking up the pistol, much like we saw them be able to do back on Split, might set the stage decently well for them to make the comeback happen here.
Well, here we go. It's going to be a very important pistol rounds, I guess, for both of the teams here as well, right? DRX get this one. They hold the lead of them with a 4-2. Otherwise, we tie up 3-3 if it goes PRX's way. Whoever gets the victory here can win this series in the 4th map.
Full cluster here at A to the side of DRX.
See how it begins. Double duelist setup for PRX on this defensive side, setting up around the ace site nice and early. You've got Mindfreak there as well, who has invested on the Paranoia, of course. Lighter shields and smokes, early rubble. Just control for DRX.
Nade available here. But, door open, Mako dominating, finding 2 there. Nate does manage to take him down on the back end, but headshot through the box. Hyunmin finding Forsaken. Device suddenly, last one alive, still pivoting over towards this A site in the stealth drone, about to scout him as well.
Such a decisive pistol already from DRX.
Damn clean. Some very crispy shots. Some damage found, but no kills picked up here for the Sultan. Gets taken down, and that pistol that PRX would have loved to have grabbed, not in their hands.
Yeah, just a Marty Dome really to come in from Jing in this round, and apart from that, nothing too much, right? Just a single kill that comes their way. And now DRX, I mean, sending them.
落在 C 区，一塌糊涂。在那儿。
Yeah, this one's going to look a little bit rough for DRX, and a lot of timing. Divide, sliver of HP. They're aware.
爆能器落在 C 区。
等着好戏吧。致盲陷阱还没准备好。
英雄线。
监听器启动，监听此区。投掷补网，我方还剩1人。
让导弹飞一会儿。
我无惧湮灭。爆能器。
还剩1名敌人。
For the PRX side.
"下一个是谁？替身完蛋。
爆能器已部署。得再等等，我的大招。还剩1名敌人。我听到你了。
大招好了。
Unfortunate scenes for Hyunmin when he gets out of the dimensional drift. And really all, I'll call it 3 angles that you can come through on the retake from PRX there is where they do choose to do it from. The full flank, the door, the halls. Reset the economy of DRX. And I mean, we did just see a bit of rubble control from the defender squad here. Gonna try and do it again, now with an extra member. Two sensors that he can place here, and they're both now done. Stealth drone to go out to try and find Devi. How does he look to play this one in the retake?
间听其断联。
But I don't think he's bothered. 10 rounds now, locked in for DRX.
A little bit of an answer back from them. I say little. That's essentially a thrifty. Bit of a higher investment from Bane on the Annihilation, don't get me wrong. But any rounds to lose, you know, these are not the rounds. When you got the full rifle rounds in almost an nth hour on a map as well, it can be quite disheartening. Very concerning. Lots of light shields for PRX here. They could be broken after this one. Control around the map. Very spread thin, PRX on this default. Where do they look to get some early information for now? They've kind of locked you out of A, but to pivot in towards the C site. Freeing one away from an Armageddon. Orb. I didn't know if it was already grabbed, but oh, by the looks of it, it is. Yeah, PRX really need the guns now to stretch the rest of the map if they've got any hope, any way of climbing back in towards this one. Losing that thrifty, to the thrifty in the previous, just is so damn hard now. So you've got to cut your losses. And I mean, going into the next round, if you're trying to stall DRX from getting that important map point, you do have some key components for the early round, for the late retake as well, if you want to shift to that, because DRX have been quite successful in just opening up these sites. Dimensional Drift, showstopper. You need to see something very decisive come through from PRX. I mean, even now, right, a timeout would be wonderful. You've saved. So if you do drop your timeout, I mean, it's got to result in a victory next. So we'll see. And indeed it is. It feels... Yeah, it feels a little bit closer from PRX compared to Ascent, but it still feels like Lotus is definitely DRX's current territory by the way that these rounds have been fashioned, and now that they really just dropped the guillotine in that eco round. This timeout just needs to be so crucial to have that awakening for PRX. Because also it's not really too out of the playbook from what DRX are trying to do, right? If they recognize that, well, A, Robble control's just given over to us, let's just move towards C, go in together, start to clear our angles. We're not seeing PRX go on these solid choke lines. They're playing a little bit more back and crossfire trap ready. But with the timeout fading away, this is where we need to see the saved weapons result in a pretty dominant fashion, in my mind at least. And once again, by positionings, it's just looking to be this A-site Robble endeavor. Oh! crowd has roared for them. I think we know whose side they're on right now, Achilles. But these are the sort of rounds you can't recreate. It looks flashy, it looks fancy. It was a bloody necessary round. I'll give them that. They've done it with a little bit of pizzazz. But can they do it again? 11-8, you almost need it to be flawless. Not give DRX the chance to get to this map point. A-site utility waited out for the very beginning.
Ooh.
But no.
爆能器落在 A 区，致盲陷阱就绪，回收闪光陷阱。
All right, rolling with the punches now are PRX, Dimensional Drift providing the goods. The tail end spray from Jing as well. If Bane wins that duel, very different scenario of 2 versus 2. And maybe slow it down, see where Estrella could slot himself into on his little merry runabout. But really, PRX hitting a couple of uncouth shots, having a good strategy at the beginning. Try it. Oh.
What a combo! Now, DRX threatening to come back into this map. DRX gotta be sweating.
And these are the sort of plays as well that the players have just decided what to do by themselves. Someone on the team has gone for this choice because the timeout was 3 rounds ago, right? Unless I'm reading it wrong and Alex has said in 3 rounds do this, they've come out with that together as a team. Mighty gorgeous, forcing the second timeout of DRX now. As it feels like a little bit, maybe just so slightly here. That PRX might be able to tie it up and go the full rounds yet again. What is the strategy from DRX now? Momentum falling, but they go with the lesser last round. They have the buy here. They've got a couple of pivotal ultimates. Yeah. Out to the seaside. Here we go. Whoops. Yeah, the progression smoke as well with the Prowler that goes through. Gonna force DRX to the A side of things. Oh no! One v one.
让导弹飞一会儿。 发射榴弹。 发射榴弹。交给我吧。我回来了。暗影涌现，倒计时。准备切入。 机器人出动。
格斗用完了。
Ooh. Last round of regulation. This is where things get extremely tantalizing yet again for the OT. It was DRX last time that pushed us into overtime over on split. This time, they have the opportunity to close it first. It's PRX to try and come back. And what are they going to look to do when they've got no ultimates available? You'd assume none to be picked up whatsoever. But it's similar situations for DRX, and they're the ones presenting nil equipment in this one too. Stingers, one Vandal, a Sheriff. This is a different look. We're seeing patience from PRX right now. A lot of W gaming, a lot of aggression together in tandems. Right now, not towards the A side at least. You start to scope things out towards B, start to maneuver rotations. Oh, it feels a little bit claustrophobic at the end there for them, doesn't it? When you've got the baby door room and a bit of a B stretch to come through. But the pivot back towards the A site, the fact that Marco with the Stinger gets the 2, and they have a little bit of breathing room around the site to situate themselves. A recovery needed. PRX, I thought, recognizing what they need to do on that defensive side. Maybe still a little bit too late. Had they done it slightly earlier, could have come into OT, could have won it, but irrespective of that, valiant efforts aside, best of fives provide entertainment, and they have depth as well, and that's what we have to cast our mind towards right now, because there's a 4th map on the horizons. Icebox is next.
爆能器落在 A 区。
FM game. Playing in this ACL as well. What are they looking like? If Mindfreak's coming back into the roster, starting to warm up as well. Having a couple of moments. I think everybody's having a couple of moments in this series for sure. Both good and bad. Man. Yeah. Ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Yep. And closing it right at the end with a stinger, essentially. He doesn't come away with that. We're probably in overtime still right now. Yeah. Yeah, but in the Thrifty department, I mean, there was that round that it was, you know, looking from an outside view, technically a Thrifty to come through, but not actually a Thrifty, right? The, what was a Hero Vandal, like one Stinger and the rest pistols or something like that, that really helped them out. But regardless, this one, huge backwards and forwards nature, leaving everybody to guess, really, how was it going to turn out in the end? I think when you look at the first half too, before that timeout came through from PRX, it was
在这儿。
还剩1名敌人，爆能器落在 B 区。爆能器已部署。
你能干掉我？
还剩1名。
你能干掉？
放置哨兵。幽影，看我俩谁更可怕。别飞了，封锁视野。搞定，
完工。还剩1名敌人。
你早已失去理智，这样的结局正好。搞定，你早已失去。快跟上！
侦察该区域。 为尘土。
白痴！
隔离解除，
消灭。分武器启动。
敌人已消灭，
还剩1名敌人。爆能器已部署。分武器启动。分武器启动。
隔离解除。隔离解除。 你们想追也追不上。
扫描前方。
消灭一个。
滚！屏障生成。
雾化终止。 我方还剩1人，爆能器落在 A 区。Thrifty。
敌人已标记。
生物器启动，雾化终止。剩余30秒。
遮天命。
隔离解除。哦。大功告成。我方还剩1人。剩余30秒，30秒。剩1名。
得意忘形了。
放置哨兵。生物器启动，是猎人。 投放蜂群手雷。投放蜂群手雷，激活蜂群手雷。还剩1名敌人。 一名敌人。
别挡我的路！不要妨碍我！雾化终止。搞定一个。爆能器落在 B 区，还剩一名敌人。雾化终止。这就是最强的了。做个好梦。还剩一名。在这儿。耶！在这儿。剩余30秒。剩余10秒。哦，差点就玩脱了。
线。
搞定一个。注意安全。
爆能器落在 A 区，还剩1名敌人。
找到你了，小混蛋！
永别了。
找到你了。封锁视野。
啊，你们快跑吧！ 爬过来受死！爆能器已部署。
倒计时开始，看招！永别了。
侦查该区域。
消灭一个。再见。隔离解除。
发射榴弹，威胁已消。
放置哨兵。
在这儿。
剥夺战斗机能。
别挡路。滚！分务器启动。剩余30秒，还剩1名敌人。数。 武器启动。我方还剩1人，爆能器落在 B 区。隔离解。完工。还剩1名敌人，屏障生成。爆能器落在 B 区。
剑击剑。
别飞了！
战术流弹。
还剩1名敌人。
暂时结束了。好。电击剑。敌人在这儿。
投放蜂群手雷，激活蜂群手雷。警报器已布置。用完了，剩余30秒。剩1名敌人，爆能器落在 A 区。剩余10秒。
别飞了！
还剩1名敌人，剩余10秒。
你不够快。
这里有枪。
爆能器落在 A 区。还剩1名敌人。
Flawless.
爆能器落在 A 区，还剩1名敌人。
无可挑剔。炮塔被摧毁。放置哨兵。
剩余30秒。
警报器已布置。
剩余。爆能器已部署。
我的大招好了！啊，不行不行，你们都不配用我的发明。
有效命中。落在 A 区，还剩1。爆能器已部署。 爆能器在攻方重生点。
4个。
部署炮塔。
别挡我的路！
一散。
爆能器落在 B 区。
再见了，封锁视野。
我方还剩1人。爆能器已部署。
我方一组暗影涌现。
爆能器落在啊！你们快跑吧！还剩1名。啊！你们快跑吧！爆能器落在 B 区。爬过来受死！
搞定。
我方还剩1人。消灭。 屏障生成。隔离解除。好了，真是壮烈。别打。还剩1名。大招好，真是。
Okay. Hello, is this thing on? Hi, everybody. It's been a hot minute. I am here trying to guide you through what looks to maybe be the remainder of this series. DRX, the backstab here from Mako, able to get it up to map point. I'm here alone. We've got Komodo nearby. You can yell occasionally into the mic right next to me.
They did the thing.
They did the thing. They're doing the thing. As they are now looking to get this over the line in 3-1 fashion. PRX going to need to take this to OT. The buy is there. It's held together. But can they find the shots? I mean, at the moment, something looking like he's going to be going for this glass cannon Guardian, something that he has done in the past, something that has delivered results here in Shanghai before. Forsaken, able to stay tucked back into a corner, dodging the damage from the salvos. There's about to be zero ambiguity about this. Everyone clustered together for PRX, looking for one considered effort here on the strike. Estrella going to be being revealed up and over the top of something and down. He shall drop dead. Other Sherry from Forsaken able to find one. Estrella going to get dropped as well. Bane finding one. The shorty draw out to five. Taken down. Mind Freak is able to get on top of him, and now it's just Hyunmin here with this operator in hand. 24 kills to his name so far, 26 trying to bring this to its end. He hits the first shot, tailwinds across, gets the spot out, looks for the re-peek, and Forsaken goes down. His hands in the air, the rest of the team on their feet. Hyunmin shall get them over the line. 3-1 DRX. Take down PRX here in Shanghai, earning themselves $50,000 on top of all of their prior bounties, as well as the ACL trophy. For the side of PRX, bittersweet, making it into the grand final and then falling shy of the mark, the very last hurdle. But obviously, their round of play is just getting started. They might not lift this one. They might not get that extra bit of cash. But we still, for damn certain, will look forward to seeing this team representing the Pacific region over at Masters Toronto in just a few weeks' time. With hopefully the full core there to back them up. Not looking for any kind of repeat of Masters Tokyo, if you know what I'm saying. That fist bumps abound. Obviously, these two teams very well acquainted with one another, but for DRX on this day, it's them getting a win back over PRX, something that they haven't been able to do for quite some time, but here on the 13th outing, they will be able to make it happen. With a trophy to lift, they can go ahead, surround.
让我们再次恭喜 DRX 获得了2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛无畏契约的总冠军。今晚我们共同见证一场属于无畏契约 ACL 总决赛的传奇之战。Please lift your trophy together. 这一刻荣誉属于 DRX， 属于每一位努力奋斗的选手和教练。接下来也让我们的工作人员为我们的冠军队伍颁发象征着2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛无畏契约赛事的冠军奖牌。And congratulations to DRX for winning the championship of the ACL Grand Finals. And tonight we witnessed the Grand Finals together, and this moment belongs to DRX. And now we're going to present the medals of this event to all the winners. And let's give it up one more time. 经过几天激烈的角逐，从淘汰赛的稳扎稳打，再到总决赛的王者之姿，相信所有的选手们也有很多的心情想要和观众们分享。And now it's time for the interview. The first question goes to you, Frame. we all very familiar with you, and how's the feeling of coming back to China?
네, 프링 선수에게 질문입니다. 이번에 중국에 다시 돌아오시게 된 기분이 어떠신가요?
되게 오랜만에 이제 상하이에 왔는데 저번에는 우승을 못했는데 이번에는 우승하게 돼서 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
Last time in Shanghai, I couldn't win the game, but this time, I'm really happy to win.
上一次可能在中国的时候没能赢下对他们非常关键的比赛，这回来到了这里，来到这次总决赛，赢下这场比赛真的非常的开心。而且 Freeing 在之前 CN 的比赛确实也给大家留下了非常深刻的印象。又一次回到中国，有什么想对中国粉丝们说的话呢？ And you have so many remarkable records in China. Is there anything you want to say to all the Chinese fans? Hello, is there anything you want to say to the Chinese fans? The question is to Freeing. The question is to Freeing. Oh, I'm sorry. You have so many remarkable records in China. This question is for Freeing. And is there anything you want to say to all the Chinese fans?
지금 중국에서 되게 큰 활약을 해주셨는데 중국 팬들에게 하고 싶은 말 있으신가요?
이렇게 멀리 와주셔서 응원해주셔서 감사하고 열심히 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thanks for cheering for us, and I'll do my best. Thank you.
感谢大家对我的支持，在接下来的比赛里，我也会用尽全力打好比赛的。那接下来也想问一下这边的选手，我来这边看一下吧。接下来想问一下 Glow 教练，因为其实今天也是非常非常精彩的一场比赛嘛，想问一下你，除去队员们出色的个人能力以外，你认为今天能实现这场复仇非常关键的原因是什么呢？ And apart from the sharp aim of all the players, what other key factors do you think that contributed to this revenge today?
오늘 선수들의 에임이 굉장히 좋았는데 그것 외에 오늘 경기를 이길 수 있게 된 요인이 어떤 것인가요?
뒤에서 봤을 때 아무래도 선수들의 의사소통이 오늘 평소보다 더 잘 된 것 같아서 좋은 경기가 나왔던 것 같습니다.
I think players really communicated well in this series, and that is why we won the game.
他认为，同时其实除去他们非常优秀的个人能力以外，今天在比赛里他们的沟通和交流做得非常的好，这也是他们今天能够赢下这场比赛的一个重要原因。接下来 ，Astral， 其实自从你加入到 DRX， 我们也能感受到这支队伍高歌猛进的势头。那来到 DRX， 一切如何？感受又怎么样呢 ？Ever since you joined this team, and more momentum just keeps picking up for your team. And how's everything in this team?
DRX에 합류하게 되고 나서 DRX가 점점 잘해지고 있는데 DRX 오신 이제 기분이 어떠신가요?
일단 DRX라는 팀에 오게 돼서 일단 너무 기뻤고요. 그리고 제가 있어서 잘하는 건 아닌 것 같고 선수들이 더 잘해서 지금 잘하고 있는 것 같습니다.
I'm really happy to join DRX, and it's not because of me that DRX is doing well, but other players are really doing great.
他说他非常高兴可以加入到这支队伍，而且对于他来说，其实他不觉得是他加入到这支队伍给这支队伍带来了多大的帮助，而是其他所有的队友一起让现在的队伍打得越来越好，成绩越来越好。那接下来想问一下 Ben， 赢下这场比赛其实不仅收获了奖杯，同时还有非常非常丰厚的奖金。那接下来在休赛期打算做一些什么呢？ There's not only a trophy but with an exceptional prize money. So what are you planning to do at your off days?
네, 이번에 트로피도 있지만 크나큰 상금도 있거든요. 이 상금을 가지고 어떤 걸 하고 싶나요?
예? 그냥 뭐 별 생각은 없었는데 맛있는 거 많이 먹고 팀원들 맛있는 밥 같이 먹으러 댕길 것 같습니다.
I want to have some delicious food with my teammates.
Oh, only that? 他说，其实他很想和自己的队友们一起去吃一些好吃的东西，可能他的愿望确实也是非常简单的。这段的时间训练估计也是确实很累，需要一段时间去休息一下。接下来 Marco， 因为其实和 PRX 也是非常熟悉的老朋友了。当你知道即将在总决赛的舞台上和他们对战的时候，脑海中在想些什么呢 ？And you and PRX are very close friends. What was going through your minds when you knew that you were going to play against them in the grand final?
이번에 결승전에서 PRX를 만나게 됐을 때 이제 PRX와 오랜 친구로 알고 있는데 그때 기분이 어떠셨나요?
일단은 서로 너무 이제 없으면 섭섭할 정도로 많이 친해졌는데 역시나 결승전에서 또 이렇게 만나게 되니까 그냥 좀 재밌는 경기를 서로 했던 것 같습니다.
We are really close friends, and meeting PRX in grand final made really this game fun. So Yeah, it was really fun.
It's really fun, yeah. We all enjoy that. Marco 也是说，其实他们确实和 PRX 是非常熟悉的好朋友了，所以今天在这场总决赛碰到了 PRX， 确实让这场游戏变得更加有趣一点。我想所有的观众也都非常享受今天这场比赛。那接下来 Yumi， 其实，在第一赛段你们当时那场比赛是被 PRX 淘汰了，而今天在总决赛实现了面对 PRX 的复仇，此时此刻的心情如何呢？ And it was a miserable loss in stage 1. And today you are managed to achieve the revenge. How's your feeling right now?
I guess we won against them today, so it's a revenge from Pacific. But yeah, it just feels great to win.
确实，他们也很想在今天的比赛里碰到 PRX， 而且这也是一场来自太平洋赛区的复仇，所以今天确实也非常高兴能够赢下这场比赛的胜利。接下来 Termi 教练。赢下这个冠军，其实离不开教练组日以继夜的努力，同时也离不开所有队员们的付出。那会如何评价大家今天的发挥呢？ And winning a champion's title is a group effort from all the coaching staff and the players being able to execute all the things correctly. So how do you commend their performance today?
네, 이번에 우승이 이제 감독님들의 감독님과 코치진의 굉장히 큰 노력이 이제 이뤄낸 우승이라고 생각하는데 저희 이번에 선수들의 활약에 대해서 어떻게 평가하시나요?
우선 저희 선수와 코칭 스태프 모두 열심히 노력을 해서 결과가 잘 나온 것 같고요. 선수들이 그래도 중국에 와서 굉장히 좀 마음 편하게 잘 좀 좋은 시간들을 보내면서 여행도 다니고 이러면서 좀 선수들이 좋은 기운을 얻고 경기장에서 좀 실력을 발휘한 것 같고요. 그래서 선수들이 굉장히 좀 오늘 여유롭게 플레이를 해서 우승할 수 있었다고 생각합니다.
So as we came to China and our coaching staffs and our players really prepared hard, but on the other side we were feeling more comfortable, and I think that made our performance better.
他说：“这回来到中国，其实无论是教练组还是所有的队员，确实真的是为了这场比赛努力付出了很多，也做了很多的准备。所以说，确实来到这边打得整体更舒服了一点，这也可能是他们表现越来越好的一个很重要的原因。”那接下来想问一下 Argency 教练，其实此时此刻也肯定非常为大家自豪嘛？那有没有什么最后想要对所有队员们说的话呢？I know you are also very proud of your boys at this moment. So is there anything you want to say to all the players?
저희 선수들에게 하고 싶은 말이 있나요?
이번 대회하면서 많이 성장했을 거라 생각하고 앞으로도 챔피언스를 위해서 좀 더 노력하고 증명해 나가는 그런 대회가 됐다고 생각을 하고요. 앞으로도 더 잘할 거라고 믿어 의심치 않습니다.
So I believe our players are going to do more better in the future, and let's prepare for the champions.
我相信所有的队员们在之后也会表现得越来越好的。接下来我们也会为冠军赛做好努力的，请大家再给他们一些掌声，好不好？再一次感谢 DRX 接受我们的采访，同时再次有请工作人员为我们的冠军队伍颁发价值11万美金的支票，同时也有请选手们在签名区签下他们的 ID。And thanks again for the interview. And now it's time to reward the champions and present the check to all the players. And please give your signatures on it. Yeah. 我想所有的观众今天此时此刻在已经接近11点的晚上，还在这个场馆里陪伴着 DRX。我相信所有的选手们、所有的教练们也感受到了你们对他们的支持，相信你们的支持也会在之后继续激励着他们，让他们之后拿到更好的成绩。I want to ask them which one does they think is the best of all the signatures? Which one does they think is the best for all the signatures?
The players?
Yeah, all the players.
업라인 중에 이게 제일 멋있는 것 같아요. Main things is
Freeing. Why is freeing?
Bing.
Bing. Why is Bing?
내 거라서.
Because it's mine.
我刚才也是问了一下，觉得他们哪个签名是最好的，然后他们刚才辩选手说觉得是他自己的，因为这是他自己签的，所以他最喜欢。那再一次感谢 DRX 所有的选手，今夜用实力书写传奇，这笔奖金不仅是对胜利的褒奖，更是对电竞职业精神的最高致敬。那本次2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛5位契约到这里就全部结束了，让我们下次比赛再见。And goodbye and good night, everybody. See you next time.